Did I? I think I did. Did I do it? I think. And there's a. Let's try it. It's this button, right? And hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is April 9th, 2024. We're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I only see a few people wondering, and I know it's early. It's the day after the eclipse. I haven't been on for a little bit. I know. And quite frankly, I needed a little bit of downtime. And I haven't worked on Tags app in a few days. It feels good to step away from the code for a bit. Hey Jess, thank you so much for the follow. But I'm ready to dive back in to take a look at some things and get back to having a little bit of fun here. I only see a few folks there in the chat room. Sound off if you're in the chat room. Hello. See, just a few folks here. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. It's so good to see you. Null Sheffo, Warm Peas, Cy Gamma. There's the lanky Scottish nerd. Hello to you. I was in Puerto Rico, so I got the Puerto Rican hat on. Let me set up to do right. The train hat come in there. Get this one set up. So I was in Puerto Rico last week. I was at a series of customer meetings and giving a presentation talking about Blazor, .NET 8, some of the new features in C#. I talked about .NET Aspire. Excuse me. The Blazor Smart Components. Talked about that for a bit. Folks are pretty interested in those smart components, let me tell you. I also think some of the new things that are available to us in .NET Aspire are very compelling. Some of the things in the recent preview releases, as I went through and prepared and walked through the Aspire talk, there were a few things that really hit me as this makes it real easy, very easy, not just to get up and started, but to build and configure your development environment. And I think that's something that we overlook as developers, that initial setup of our development environment, and then handing that off to the next developer so that they can pick up and work with that configuration and build and work locally. There's a lot to that you get out of the box with .NET Aspire that it can't be overlooked. The one example that I showed, I brought up the default templates, showed the dashboard, tracing, logging. Hey, that's great and all that. But gosh, I actually want a database in this system. And I was able to add entity framework and a database in just 3 or 4 lines of code and get it to spin up a Postgres database with pgadmin and add that entity framework context over in .NET application very, very quickly. That's part of the impressive stuff that I think we get out of .NET Aspire that we're going to dive into and we're going to learn more about, especially as we think about breaking Tags app up into microservices that are interacting with our various social media providers and our front end website that's collecting, aggregating, and presenting content from them. When we get to that, it's going to be very interesting. Today, though, I want to dive into a little bit of the SQLite configuration and getting Tags app into .NET MAUI and bringing that Blazor application over so that it's in .NET MAUI and we can start to do some interesting things with making it available for folks to install and run locally. There are still bugs in the application, and we're going to work through those. We'll probably tackle a few on the way to getting it running with .NET MAUI. Oh my gosh, TBD Gamer. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Look at that. Very much appreciate you bringing your friends over here. 25 months.
Tubbed Gamer just
Thank you
resubscribed
so
for
much.
25 months.
Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Um, what were you doing over there on your channel, John? Let me come back to your question in just a minute. I'm gonna pin that and come back to that. How are you doing over there, the TBD gamer? What were you up to? Thank you so much for the raid, raiders. You might know me. My name's Jeff Fritz. I write code here live on Twitch. We have some fun writing Blazor.net C# code together. I'm also broadcasting on YouTube if you'd like to watch over there. You were working on some Blazor stuff on a viewer stream project, struggling with auth a little. So that's literally my afternoon here today. Is I'm writing and locking down the auth lesson for tomorrow's live stream on the Visual Studio channel on Twitch. It'll be on the .net channel on YouTube. It's a shift. It's something that we need to learn how to understand and manage. I have it working, I think, well enough inside of the thing, inside of TagsApp. So we'll talk more about that in a bit. John asks, "What's the most exciting improvement in C# 12?" I forget which one's C# 12. Let me take a look at the what's new. Okay. All right. We'll take a look at that list. I want to finish training this hat in our hat detection bot real quick. And I'm just going to highlight these. What's interesting about this hat, right, spell it right, Puerto Rico, spell Puerto Rico, WBC, because it looks like the World Baseball Championship logo. So it's that bit right there. Paste that in. Next. So what's interesting about this hat, you can see it a little bit down here. And it's hard to see, but it's over here. There's a bottle cap opener that they fastened to this hat on the brim. Like, really? Or what's with that? That feels, I don't have any other hats with a bottle cap opener. So there you can really see it there. Right down here, you see the bottle cap opener? Like, what is that? Why? What? You're not going to turn a beer or a bottle of your favorite beverage upside down and open it there, because you're going to spill soda, beer, whatever it might be, all over your face. It's like you're going to take the hat off and use the hat as a bottle opener. That's weird, man. Has anybody else seen this? A hat with a bottle cap opener on it? I don't know. It's for emergency use only. I kind of agree with you, Lovis. Like, really? Like, that's some serious tailgating. Some a good picnic there for those of you who aren't familiar with tailgating. Before the game, or gosh, even at the game. Like, I always thought the folks at the concession stands were nice enough to open the bottle before they handed it to you. So, I had to get it for the collection because it's the first hat that I've seen, and now in my collection, that has a bottle opener. Like, really? I'm intrigued, right? Like, how many times do you see a hat with a bottle opener? Like, I've got a bottle opener on my keychain. Like, that's kind of a thing. It was some swag that I gave out years ago, but that's weird, man. That's weird. So almost done. There we go. And let me click off the training on this. Estimated budget 1 hour. No. Delete this. Yep. And away it goes. Training over there. So the question was, what are some of the interesting things in C# 12 that I really like? Hey, Billy, cool. Good to see you. Nick Palm Codes. Hello, hello. You know, some people have beer-stained hats. They do. Yeah, they do. Primary constructors is a big one that I do like as part of the C# 12 features, right? This is a way for you to add. Wow, they didn't there. So when you declare your type, you define the input parameters that are required in order to build that type. You can add other constructors, but they have to come back and fulfill these parameters. That's that's not bad. I do like primary constructors. Collection expressions, I think, are the other big one that I like. Um, Experimental doesn't do anything for me just yet. Alias any type is nice. Interceptors, I think, is something that not a lot of folks should use, and it should be more of a framework thing. If you're building a general purpose library of things, then I would consider using interceptors. You have to turn on preview mode. It's experimental. So, but what it lets you do, if I remember correctly here, yeah, it lets you substitute a call to an interceptable method, but you have to specify the exact location of that method you're
Napalm
replacing.
Codes just
Hey, Napalm, thank
resubscribed
you
for
so much.
23 months.
23 months, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. So this is the interceptors is something where you might want to swap out the implementation of something between development mode and release mode, or you want to intercept and change the behavior of something because maybe instead of deploying locally, you're deploying to Azure. So you're going to swap out some code in there, and at build time, right at build time, yeah, I believe it's at build time that it actually intercepts. Um, Declaratively provides a limited facility to change. So source generation can insert content. So there's an intercept location. Where is it? Yeah, see, you have to specify the location of the file, the line, and the number of characters that you're swapping out. It's not trivial to do. Okay. But doable and lets you inject, right? So here, intercepts at program CS line 1,
Aloo the
character
Crow
33.
just
Hey, Aloo the
resubscribed
Crow.
for 14 months. 14 months of this amazing educational
Yeah.
content with some Overwatch overlap. Thanks for it.
Thank you.
Coffee Aloo
Appreciate it. Yeah. So this is something that I don't think the average developer should use. It's available to you, but for most of what folks are doing, don't use it. Thank you so much for the resubs. Aloo the Crow, Napalm Codes, TBD Gamer, and I'll be making donations to the American Cancer Society. But the big ones, primary constructors and collection expressions. The top two are ones that you'll see me use. Inline arrays is kind of where is it? It's more of an optimization thing that feels I don't know. It feels like something that's over optimizing on memory and performance. This isn't something that I would go and attempt to tune from the get-go. There's other places that we can tune for performance before we do this, right? This is just like span of tape. These are memory optimizations that are really effective, but there are other things in your application that are slow that you should address before this. And for 99% of the people out there, there are things that are slower out there that they should address before this. These are low-level optimizations that most folks don't need. You're building a web application, you're building a MAUI application, a native application, Windows Forms, WPF, console application. For what you're doing, it's good to know that this type of thing exists, but you don't need that level of optimization. There's other things that you can address first. Interactions with database, interactions with disk, network that you can tune first. Once all of those things are tuned and optimized, then go after some of the memory utilization with things like span of T, memory of T, and inline arrays. When you get to a level of performance where you're thinking about running across multiple machines, running across multiple processors, then you want to start doing this level of optimization. Once again, it's great to know that it exists, but if you start tuning your code with this up front, you're not going to see any benefit. You're not going to see any benefit, and you're going to write a lot more code for no benefit. Okay? It's not until you really get in there and you're squeezing for those last couple of kilobytes that are being used by processes, then you're going to want to do this. Okay. Let me see here. You're having one of those days, Eric? Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're doing well here. How about recyclable memory streams? Those are things that if you need that level of optimization, and the 1 billion row challenge showed some of those things and made perfect sense. Yes, you're working with 1 billion rows of data and you're trying to get it running as fast as possible. Yes, recyclable memory streams, inline arrays, span of T, memory of T, to load that stuff into memory, keep it there so that you can parse and compare and interact with that data very, very quickly without having the garbage collector go crazy. Yeah, absolutely. You're doing high performance things. The typical person that's working with this and writing code to parse and do something like the billion row challenge, right? Billion row challenge with .NET. Right, so here's Frank doing this. And 2.68 seconds. There's other runs of this that got faster, that got down under a second. When you look at how, right, and I think there's an offshoot he has listed on the original challenge for .NET. So here's somebody in Java got it to 1.5 seconds. Where is it? There was a, let me see here, going to 32 cores, 64 threads. There was, let me see. So here's somebody using Rust, showing how they went through their evolution. But for the typical person doing this, where is it? There was mention of, there's another place where there's .NET results listed, and they go through it much, much faster. Anyways, doesn't. You can look through and see the source code for this. The optimizations that folks saw when they ran with typical using link against a stream, reading data, they were able to read this data in like 2 minutes. For most people, reading from a file on disk that has 1 billion records and parsing that and aggregating it and loading it somewhere in 2 minutes, good enough, right? This is the balance between good enough and perfect, right? Doing that kind of thing is good enough. However, when you do need to have some pressure and get it done faster, this is showing there are options and you can get it running significantly faster. You're too ornery and crazy to let anything get you down. There you go, Eric. Saigamma asks, how much should a developer know about container orchestration, Kubernetes, and the like in today's market? You should know that it exists. It's good to know a little bit, depending on the environment you're going into. It's good to know a little bit of how those things connect. That said, there are tools with Aspire and other things that will abstract those configurations away for you, and you don't need it as much. And quite frankly, Kubernetes orchestration is something that more and more folks are looking at and saying, I don't need this. So it is more of a DevOps thing, yes. But the more you know about it, the more insight you as a developer will have into getting more out of that environment when you deploy to it. So, yeah. Eric says more code equals more maintenance and typically less readability. Readability is not necessarily a result of adding more code. Readability is something that we as developers have full control over. You can improve readability any way that you want. If you want to keep something nice and tight, you improve your readability with good variable names, good comments, and your code becomes very, very readable at that point. Is knowledge of Linux a must for today's dev market? Asks Gamma. If you're doing web development, I would say yes, because the preference for where you deploy applications in 2024 is going to be in a container, in a Linux, on a Linux server. It's, quite frankly, I think Windows has lost the web server game at this point. It's faster, easier, cheaper to deploy and run on a Linux-based production web server. Eric's right. If you as a developer want to work on Linux on your Windows machine, you can have WSL. And that will help you, right, to be productive and work locally. Look at that. I finished the publication there for me. So set that up, and I will reset Hat AI. I do need to spend some time working on the Hat AI. Come on now.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
86% certainty. Nice. All right, we got it loaded up. I'll get that loaded on the... I have a bunch of hats to put on the hat collection website. And quite frankly, I should probably rewrite the hat collection website in the latest version of Blazor with .NET 8 and put it out there so that it's instead of the static websites. And I do have space on the server that C# and the cards is running on. So I'm way behind on C# and the cards episodes. That's something that I want to get to today and do some delivery on. Okay. Let me, what was that? Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're good. Are there better visual AI libraries now? What do you mean by visual AI library? Help me out with that. Like the optical recognition? Yes, there are things you can do with ChatGPT that are pretty good, right? Like, right, if I go back into Custom Vision AI and go back to the training images, let's grab one of the images of this hat. Right? Sure, let's grab that one. Right? No, I want to inspect something in here, right? And I'm trying to grab the image source. Might be that. Or is it on this one? There is somewhere that it has the actual image sitting here. No. Or I could just look at network and pull it from there. Right. You love it in C# in the cards? Oh, thank you, John. Yeah, I'm behind on it, and I do need to update and get more episodes published. That's not. Let's see, somewhere in here. There, sure, that's good enough. No, I didn't. Right, so if I grab this and rename that to .jpeg, there it is. So if we go to, can I go to chat OpenAI.com? Can I do that? Hey, can you identify a hat if I upload an image? I believe it does this, right? Unable to process or interpret images, however you can describe the hat. No. There is I thought there was an OpenAI that would do this. No. OpenAI identify image. I thought there was a service that does that. Image GPT, yeah. Can generate coherent text, exact model, blah blah blah. Computer vision. So how do we try this? Like I see try chat GPT up there, but model generated images, blah 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 blah. Okay, how do I use it? I'll learn how you did all this later, but like yeah. So if I go over here, it takes me right back into chat. So includes Dolly, browsing, and more. All right. I do have a Google account. Thank you. Access to GPT-4 browse, create access to additional tools, hire messages, message caps. No, I'm not going to upgrade my plan. Can I just do stuff? Upload an image for you to inspect. No. Okay. Well, clearly there's something coming, but I'm not going to waste any more time searching for it. But there are tools that they are building to make that better. So off the top of my head, I can't find it. So I thought there was an OpenAI library that you could point it to and it would work with, but ones that parse your images and you can use to know which hat is which. Yeah, there is a thing there. ResNet, I don't know what ResNet is. Murray, hey there, asks, related to AI, are there any documentation samples on how you can integrate OpenAI models into a .NET Core app? Yes. Add OpenAI to .NET. There are a number of libraries. Luis here has been working on this, and this is from 2023. So there are significant updates available that allow you to interact and work with your OpenAI models to train, prompt, and interact. But there is content out there for this that folks are working on. They want to make it a good experience. The Blazor smart components, I don't have these installed and running locally. These are really, really cool, where it will smart paste in when you copy out somebody's address, for example. from an email, it will identify all the fields and place them appropriately. To me, this is neat for the one-off form form interaction. Where I think this is really, really good is using this technique with importing and exporting data. I'm importing data from this JSON file that I don't know the schema from, but here's where I'm trying to put the data. Go. Interpret what the schema is and place it where you think it should go. That, I think, is something that's going to be massive for folks. So, to use these AI models in Azure, is it inexpensive? See, so that's Microsoft ResNet 18. Trained on ImageNet. It's a model out there. How do I interact with it? Like, so what? Yeah, I've seen these pages on Hugging Face, and I don't know how to use it at all. It is incredibly unuser friendly, let's just say. So, but is it inexpensive? That's relative speaking, right? So Azure OpenAI, I ran this as part of my demos last week. So the GPT 3.5, right? So the oldest one, 16,000 tokens, and right, what is that? 5/100ths of a cent American per 1,000 tokens. So you have to get to 100,000 tokens of use before it costs you a nickel. Like, now we're talking. Like, so if we were to be doing this for some of the Q&A interactions here on chat, I don't get 1,000 chat messages a stream. Couple hundred maybe. I would be just fine over the course of a month spending 20 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents, right? If I were to inspect and push everybody's chat message through that. Not bad. Not bad at all. So that's the input. The output, right? So loading up the model, but then also when you ask the questions, they count as input also. So, doable things. Very doable things, right? You can set an alarm. Yes, you can always set a max budget. I like I said, I was using this last week. With the smart components. Let me see if I can bring up that part of the Azure portal without doxing myself, which is, as we know, kind of hit and miss. Let me get some music playing in the background while it starts up here. I'm going to go with the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist today. This is called VR Birds. There we go. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Use it anywhere you'd like. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for making this available for us to listen to today. I think we're okay with this. If I go up here, no, AZ Mask is pretty dead. And if I were to go back, yeah. So I used it for just a little bit last week to go through and show some of the demos, and I used 80 some requests. And if I go over to cost analysis, are you going to be able to tell me anything over here? So I used, wow, 10 cents on just those 80 requests. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it was just that one day that I used it, and there's been nothing since. Can we go to metrics? Not the match rate. Not. I don't know. Sure. And can you show me that over, not the last 24 hours, last 30 days? No. See, there's nothing there to show. That feels bad. So it used 1,900 tokens showing those demos for all of 5-10 minutes during a presentation. So is it inexpensive? How much are you going to have folks going through this? So now I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and rephrase what I said earlier about how much I could use this to interact and read things from chat. It would cost me, right, if that was over 5-10 minutes, times 24, would be, right, where's the cost analysis again? Would be for one stream, and I run about, so that would be $2.40, and I run about, what, 10 streams a month? So it cost me $24 to analyze every chat message in 4-hour streams. It's not terrible. That's not terrible to analyze all that data. It's a question then of what do you do with it after it? Great, I've analyzed and responded with a bot to everybody's questions. So what? And even then, I would only want to analyze the questions, right? If I were to do that. So it's hit or miss in my mind. I could probably drive that down to $10 a month. So completely unrelated, whomever is in charge of Fluent UI, it's such a clean interface. You've been enjoying that. Nice. Unless you get a DDoS attack. Well, so you have API keys in there and credentials to prevent folks from being able to do that kind of thing. Stelzy with 58 months.
Just resubscribed for 58 months.
Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. It is a pre-trained model. And, right, you can set it up by putting some prompts in front of when you actually interact with it. So, the Hugging Face is a pre-trained model repository. You download and reference it in Python to use it. Okay. Hey, Billy, hello. No, pricing models are not clear because we don't understand what tokens are yet. Once you get a feel for how many tokens you use per query that you interact with the model, it starts to make sense. But until our comprehension of tokens levels out and we have a full understanding of it, it's not going to be clear. You'd like to see a flat rate of $10 a month? I can see that. Sure. I understand that. The question is on the backside, how do you show folks when they're coming close to that? Like, I'd like to be able to see, here's the number of tokens that you're using per query. There's no option to get that right now. How to monetize question and answer dialogues. Right, that's what they're running into. So, what was that from Lou earlier? I completely... And somebody was saying that they're a DPS Mercy. I ran into... So, sliding over to Overwatch talk for a second. So I got into a match yesterday. I got into an Overwatch match yesterday where, quite literally, the healers weren't healing at all for the first 5 minutes of the game. The whole first round, they didn't heal. They went out and they played as damage dealers, as attackers. Like, what? And then they got upset at me that the other team kept sending all 5 of them to attack me as the tank, and I was dying. Like, yeah. Hey, look at that. When 5 people attack you, you die quickly. It happens. You get eliminated quickly. And I should use eliminate, not the D word. You get eliminated quickly, and gosh, without a tank, the other team just rolls over us. Yeah, that's right. So why don't we heal and work together, friends? I should spread some managed democracy. Enjoy a nice cup of liberty. David Blue invited me to play Helldivers on his stream last week before, and I haven't played the game yet, so I would have been the level 1 noob in the corner. What am I doing now, guys? Like, it would have been fun, but the first time that I'm interacting with a Hollywood actor, I don't want to be the screwball who's messing up here in the corner. You know what I'm saying? Like, much respect to David. I mean, he's gone places. He's done things in the acting career that some of us are never even going to come close to. The fact that he hangs out with us as streamers, as viewers of live streams, pretty nice. But I will figure out and get in there on a game at some point. So I'm not going to be able to do that upload thing. We'll talk about this in just a minute. Okay. Let's see. Billy says, I'm having a bad period right now. I recently entered into Microsoft hell thanks to Graph API. I am so sorry. And now entering the second because of Power Apps, which you don't like. Okay. Graph API is an interesting place. I think all the Graph APIs are interesting places. Not just Microsoft's Graph API, but when you start working with the Graph APIs that Meta has available, when you start interacting with Facebook data, that the API that Twitter has available for you are hideous, awful to work with, and consume for us as average developers. It's really hard to crawl some of that data. Totally agree with you. I'm not an expert on Microsoft Graph API, so I'm not going to be able to answer anything for you. But what Power Apps are something that I've tinkered with. I think there's a good place for Power Apps where it should be easier for they call them the citizen developer. It should be easier for folks to write low code, smaller, almost macros to build simple little data consumption applications. Get those published in things that you can interact with as a website, as a mobile app, as a native app on Windows. They're doable. There are folks that have found much success with that. It's not something that I spend a lot of time on, but we do make our APIs and things when we use open API. It makes them easier for folks who are using Power Apps to interact with. Yeah, it's not fancy spell check. It's a little bit more than that. That's right, Stealthy. Schizophrenia Life has been looking into Blazor WebAssembly recently, but not much online. Really?
Chris Funk 21 just
Chris Funk
subscribed for 33 months. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Good to see you. Thank you so much. And I'll make a donation to the American Cancer Society. So the Schizophrenia Life, what are you looking for? I mean, if you go to blazor.net and the .net docs and you look at those, we have a ton of material available. It's growing. Folks are picking up, and there's a ton of YouTube content on it. I might have a handful of workshops out there about it. I might be teaching one tomorrow on twitch.tv/Visual Studio. But the question is, how hard is it to migrate big apps from ASP.NET with .NET 8 over? I'm sorry, I have to answer. It depends. What do you mean by a big app? What types of features did you use in ASP.NET? Are you in web forms? Are you using Web API? Are you using MVC? Are you using SQL components? Are you using Entity Framework? These are questions that are going to drive the answer of, well, how hard is it? There is an upgrade assistant that will put a YARP, a YARP proxy in front of your ASP.NET app and a new one so that you can migrate things between them. So, MVC, 20 million plus lines of code. Okay, so you're in a better place. Yeah, Upgrade Assistant with MVC will help you. It'll help get you into .NET Core, and into ASP.NET Core and .NET 8. However, to get to Blazor WebAssembly is going to be more writing. It's right. MVC to MVC is going to be easier. I'm not going to say it's easy. It's going to be easier. Quite frankly, you have an app that hasn't been migrated, hasn't been updated to a new version of .NET in more than 10 years. There's technical debt to be paid. That's just the way there is. But there are tools to help you get there. If you've placed your business logic in classes and in locations such that they can be migrated, that business logic should copy over directly with minimal changes. If you're interacting with things that have been deprecated from one version to the next, thinking of HTTP context, thinking of some of the reflection primitives, you're going to have some headaches migrating that content. Eric with the link to the Upgrade Assistant, thank you so much. There is an Upgrade Analyzer that is available. No. I think it's actually linked on APIs of .NET. Yeah, .NET Upgrade Planner. Here, let's go over here. John McGuire, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. I saw you over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. Here, this is the Upgrade Planner that will analyze your code and tell you how much is portable to copy across. I will share that link. So this will help you get there. There is another Upgrade Analyzer that runs in Visual Studio. This is a nice one because it dives in and it shows a bunch of analysis results as well. So I encourage you to check that out. Let me head back over. Let's answer some more questions here. I've been enjoying the little bit of AMA here. Rambling Geek, great to see you. Hello, hello. Good afternoon. Billy says, Graph API is great, but not if you want a webhook that works with a resource that when you miss notifications, there's no way to detect which one. Oh, so you're trying to sync. You're trying to replicate off the Graph API. Oof. Yeah. So this is the problem that we ran into with ClipTalk. Trying to sync between services is problematic at best. It's difficult. It is not easy. I don't know what to tell you. Schizophrenia life, not a problem. If you run into things, there's folks in the Discord. We've got a couple of Q&A forums there that folks are discussing, chatting about different technical challenges and moving things forward. There is now an official .NET Discord. But we have a smaller community of folks that help each other out in my Discord if that's something that you'd be interested in checking out, contributing to, listening to, and working with. I'm going to go do a couple bug fixes on Tags app and try and move this forward so we can get it loaded into a Blazor Maui application, a Blazor hybrid application. So, change notifications from Graph API. That might be what they're using right now, but that looks like a good place to jump off. All right, let me dive in here. Let me head back over to the code. Let's talk about Tags app because I haven't run it on Windows in a while. Right? Because last month we were on, it was Minimal March. We were on Linux. So we weren't over here on Windows doing the Windows things. So let me pull, really? What's the 1 and 2 there? I have no idea what those changes are, and I'm not going to look at them. Well, that's fun. What branches do I have? Oh, goody. I have no idea where I was with this. We were working on the feature queue for a while. Let's do some bug fixing off of the root here, right? I suppose I can go look at my branch, right? My fork, and look at that. Try and figure out where to jump back in at. Hey, Mom, good to see you. Mom's here. There she is. You can see Mom in the chat. What branches do I have? Feature Instagram, feature queue, provider LinkedIn. I'm not going to work on the queue right now. Let's see if we can do a bug fix or two for some of these things, and then get this into a Maui application. And before we get over to Maui, we'll throw some messages out there to our friend, to our friends on the Maui team, and see if there's any feedback they have for us. So you migrated 3 of 76 libraries over to .NET Core to create a new REST API. Nice. You're dealing with 20-year-old code. Most of the packages are 10 years old. Yeah. I really want to get the whole thing over to Core, and I like Blazor C# over JavaScript, but I think this will take way too long. So the Schizophrenia Life. There's a demo that I give, and I haven't given it in a while, where I take the old IC Sharp zip lib, right? Before zip compression was added into .NET Framework in, I want to say .NET Framework 4, we use this other library to compress files. Like, it hasn't been touched since 2008. You can lift that and drop it into a .NET 8 application, reference it, and use it directly, and it will do its best to interact and give you those capabilities. IC Sharp zip lib works just fine. Your mileage may vary with other libraries, but upgrading and doing that, you're dealing with a technical debt migration. 20-year-old code. I mean, literally, your code can not only vote, but it can drink now, okay? 20-year-old code that is being migrated, you might as well price out at 50 to 75% of a rewrite. Like, the amount of time that's going to be involved, it's at 50 to 75% of a rewrite. There's some things that will go immediately, like it sounds like you're hitting. Other things that forget it. Forget it. And making that decision and that balance is not trivial. Responding to missed notifications. They literally say, for example, Delta Query, which isn't supported in some cases. Oh, that's annoying. I'm sorry. So, I put a couple messages on Twitter over the weekend. One that got a ton of traffic. Before I get into this, I mentioned how, and you've seen me do this, right? I work off of the dev folder at the root of C on Windows. The responses I got to suggesting use this location instead of someplace on a Windows machine under users or in program files or in program data, where, quite frankly, Visual Studio and other tools recommend you work first. To me, those are just wrong, because some of those locations are secured. Some of those locations are going to get replicated by OneDrive depending on your configuration settings. And quite frankly, when you start replicating with whether it's OneDrive or Dropbox or Google Drive or Amazon Drive or Bob's Drive, I don't know, you're going to munge and mess up your data when it gets replicated to the cloud service. As developers, use source control. Replicate out to GitHub, GitLab, CVN, CVS, SVN, whatever it might be. This is easy to remember and easy to go to. And other folks had some ideas of different ways that they named their top-level folder. They named it starting with an underscore code, so that it was always at the top of the list in when they looked at their list of folders, right? When I look at my list of folders over here, right? I've pinned my folder for dev inside of Explorer, so it's always right there, right? Source, sure. Whether it's the full word source or SRC, great. I like using nice small small references. Right, but the underscore trick, that's nice. I saw some folks say they use underscore git. I don't like that because you're now coupling your folder name to a source control implementation. If we decide to move off of git and go to something else, well, your stuff's in underscore git. Are you going to stand up underscore foo because that content is over in foo? You probably want to migrate and keep everything in one source control system, right? And then there were other folks who said that they added a middle folder to indicate what the origin repository was. Let me give you an example. So they would create, right? So let's say the source folder, right? So let me head over there, right? And they would create a folder GitHub. And inside of GitHub, right, they would add that. So, right, so now they've got a folder structure that looks like this. Underscore SRC GitHub tags app. Well, what happens when I want to move tags app from coming off of GitHub and I want to instead go to GitLab? I want to go to Mercurial, Azure DevOps. When I want to move that, now my folder structure goes out of sync with that. And quite frankly, right, you have git remote-v that'll show you where it came from. So that feels awkward to add that extra layer. I appreciate why folks are doing that. You're adding another layer of folder there that you don't really need, is my point. Yeah, you're not going to let me do that, are you? I'll delete it later. The other thing I see a lot of folks mentioning, and there I see it in chat, would just use DevDrive. So I've tried using DevDrive on several different machines, and my performance with it is awful. It's not as good as building right on the metal. If someone asks why you add files near the top of your drive, I say I have a project with deep hierarchy. Windows will complain. So the too large path name, Billy, yes, that's a problem that we used to run into. I also look at it as I want a working space, not just the folder length. I want a working space that's in a shared location on the drive that I can test against, that doesn't have security constraints on it. When I do need to test and do security constraints, I'll move folders into those locations. But there are implicit security constraints that are added on different folders in different locations that we need to be aware of. Right? If you place things into a user folder, well, there's only certain users can interact with that, and if your process doesn't run as the current user who owns that folder, you could run into issues. Program files has admin constraints on it. I don't want to be building necessarily as an admin with read-write access to program files when I'm testing debugging code. I only want to do that when I'm ready for it. So on and so forth. Git has its own hidden folder. Yes, it does. You're right, Eric. Right. So so it's .git. Right? There it is. And, right, it's got all of its stuff sitting here, including all the contents, the objects, all the contents of all the changes that you've made to this project. The entire history is sitting there. So that's why some repositories are much, much bigger than others. But I'm gonna do the dev drive demo now. I've created a dev drive on this machine, and I'm going to show you it doesn't work like I think it should. Quite frankly, I got a bit of flack from folks on both the Windows and Dev and .NET teams yesterday because my expectations aren't realistic. I try to stay at arm's length from them and stay as a customer of a lot of the technology that Microsoft produces, so that I talk to you and I see expectations in documents and blog posts and announcements, and that's where I get my expectations. It's not from talking to a developer or an engineer or a program manager. It's from reading what's been published. And I follow the documentation. I don't go talk to somebody and say, teach me how to build this stuff. I read the documentation, or I write the documentation after I've explored and figured out how stuff works. So I went over to DevDrive, and I created a dev drive. This is available as part of Windows 11. There it is. And I've created this as a VHDX on disk. Hey, Chris Jones.
Chris Jones just resubscribed for 61 months.
Hello. Thank you so much. 61 months, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. It is a VHD, right? You can also tell it to repartition the disk, and it will do that automatically for you. I don't like the idea of letting a tool repartition a disk for me. This is the other way you can use DevDrive. I am the paranoid developer that does not repartition disks just to get a cool feature. Yeah, what could go wrong? I could lose everything. And I have lost everything to other tools that'll just do it in the past. So I have, it is Blazor app 2. Sitting out here. And when you look at this, this is the Blazor application with WebAssembly that runs, builds, and puts content out there, right, as a simple application, right? So if I run .NET Clear here, oh, I'm not in the, hang on, .NET Clean is what I want. There we go. Right, clean out all the references, all the things, and if I .NET build, now this is the first build. It's going to take just a little bit longer on the first build because it's going to start up the compiler services. So we'll clean and build again when this is done. So when I run it here, and we see exactly what it gives us, 4.7 seconds. On my dev drive, here's the exact same app. It's called Blazor App 1 this time. Clean that. One more level down. So 4.7 seconds when it's on my SSD directly. In the VHD, 5.93 seconds. It's 25% slower. And this is what I've been voicing. And what folks have said to me is, oh, you need to move all your stuff, all your .NET tools, your packages and repository and everything over to dev drive. Like, no. That's not what the documentation says. Before we get to trying to prove out in the show, oh, we have to move everything over here, raw numbers were 25% slower. Like, so there are lots of folks out there that say this is an amazing experience for them, that they really love this. For me, and this isn't the only machine that I've done this on. I've done this on several machines. For me, it doesn't work. I don't know if it's me. I did file new project, and it isn't significantly faster, and that's where I'll leave it. So I've talked to the team about it, and they're trying to say that my configuration is bad. I'll let you know as we debug and try and work through this more. But for right now, in my experience, I'm not going to use Dev Drive. I've tinkered with Dev Home, right? This is the other Windows feature that's supposed to make it easier for developers to work with Windows. I don't understand what this is supposed to do. It gives me a dashboard of things, but it's the exact same thing I get when I hit Control-Shift-Escape and I look over here on the Performance tab. In fact, I would submit to you it's less than what I get over here. Like, there's machine configuration that'll help you install applications. Okay, that's nice. There's extensions to help you get interactions with GitHub and Azure and Winget. I guess that's helpful for folks. For me, I can get everything I need with just a Visual Studio Code install and then code spaces if I want it, if I really want it. So for easier onboarding of devs, I don't see that at all. Yeah. What I'd like to see from Dev Home, what I'd like to see is, hey, Final Stack, Hello? Let me, I'll
Finals Tap
rephrase in a
just
second here.
resubscribed for 34 months.
Thank you so much. 34 months, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. What I'd like to see from DevHome is something that's really a developer homepage. Give me the ability to put some visualizations from Grafana, some gauges and things that are about what's going on my production systems, some information about what's going on in my source code repository, some of those graphs and insights from over there. Give me the ability to see top voted issues on GitHub. Give me the ability to interact with my code and see some code analysis tools output in one place across repositories. Give me that interaction to manage my source code as a developer or manage where it's running as a developer. Let me see the containers that are running on my system in the same space as the source code that generates them. And there's interactions there that might be very, very compelling. And being able to work across those repositories and do those interactions are things that, quite frankly, I don't think the folks who are working on DevDrive, on DevHome, are thinking about for the developer experience. And that's why I'm sharing that with you. Because I've given this feedback more than a year ago, and they're not acting on it. It's not a feature. It's not a consideration. Like, it's become clear to me that the folks who work on Windows and the folks who work on .NET are very disconnected from the average developer experience that you and I have when we start up these tools and we start working. And we need to revisit that. We need to help with that. Because quite frankly, some of these folks, they're really good at getting in and updating and building features for those tools and things and working on those tools. They're great at doing that stuff. But because they're so deep into working on that stuff, they're very, very far removed from the average developer's experience, in my perception. Eric asks, what's the goal of DevHome DevDrive? Is it basically to help you develop on the go ubiquitously? You're at home in the morning, on the bus, your tablet across VPN? No. The goal with it is to get you up and running with the tools that you need to be a developer. That's the initial goal. Once, like, right, right, DevHome, once you get past the installation of, and configuration of your machine, right? Hey, go clone some repositories, but I've got this hooked up to my GitHub and it doesn't see my repositories. Like, what's with that? Generate a configuration file so you can regenerate your installation and setup. Okay. When I go into list of applications, it wants me to install Visual Studio. Like, shouldn't it have in a separate area here? Oh, I see you've installed Visual Studio. It's already installed over here. Like, right? And there's a bunch of stuff grayed out here. Why? Okay, there it says, look, it does say that these are installed, right? Like, that's really hard to see. Like, give me an indicator over here that says it's already installed. But why don't you think I have Visual Studio installed? Interesting that it recommends installing Vim. But there's pieces here that I feel like we're short on, right? How does Docker Desktop interact with this? Right? Once I get past this configuration, then what? Then what? Do I never come back to this again? That feels wrong. Like, I want a dashboard I want a dashboard. I want a developer experience that lets me command my code, command my program. No, I think it's because I might have the enterprise version of Visual Studio. Think that might be it. Need to open it anyway, so let's take a look. Where is it? Yeah, continue without code. Let's just get right into here. Yeah, I have the enterprise version. So, like, there's things like that that give me a little bit of insight into. But I want, as a developer, if we're going to look at creating tools that let me see across my repositories, across my running applications, give me insight into those. What does that mean, right? And GitHub doesn't do a very good job of this in letting us see across our repositories either. What does that mean? What's in, right, as a software development team's director, right, that's managing several different software development teams, I'd like to be able to see across my projects and get a summary of things like dependabot resource flags that have been raised over the past month. I'd like to be able to see a complete bill of materials of what are all the things that I depend upon. Are there open source projects here that need funding, that are in jeopardy, that have had recent security reports? Show me that view across those things. GitHub has access to that. Tell me more about the projects in my organization and what they depend upon and what they do. You're already doing the analysis. Tell me something about it. So, it installed itself without asking, no explanation, so you assumed it was some data gathering play? What are you talking about, Fraggle Rock? I'm sorry. I see the it installed and I'm missing context there. Even Microsoft does not expect anyone to have the enterprise version. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. I think it's not detecting it. It's just not in the list of things that you can install by default in DevHome, so there's nothing for it to pick up. Let's develop a game with OpenGL. No, that's not what I do here. You thought it was oh no, features wishes. Yeah, I've sent over this type of feedback, and the responses that I've gotten are that's not where they're going. Okay. Like, I would love to spend time and build Fritz's dev home that actually is that dashboard across your projects and things. That actually does do that type of analysis and report some of those things. I think that would be very intriguing. We're working on Tags app right now. Maybe we come back and talk about something like that another time. Sounds lovely. You spent 3 weeks earlier this year setting up a new dev machine at a new job. 3 weeks setting up a new machine. That's awful, Jedi Mega Man. Because your company had a whole bunch of new software that hasn't been set up from scratch before. Oh, jeez. Oh, DevHome just appeared. No explanation. It's a Windows 11 feature, so it is going to just appear. Yes, as Windows 11 features do, they just start appearing. So, like, hey, guess what, friends? Notepad has dark mode. That just appeared one day. Like, okay, I didn't add it or request it. It's just there, you know? So 2 weeks waiting for permissions and approval. Ooh. Let me go back into Tags app. Now that Fritz's rant is over. So, and see, I can rant like that because they don't watch this stream. So, and quite frankly, neither do any of Microsoft's competitors, so it doesn't matter. You think you need to set my Windows as dev machine for home dev to show up? Maybe you have to turn on developer mode, right? There is the developer mode. Yeah, use developer features. You might have to turn this on in order to get some of those things to light up. So, yeah, create dev drive is down here. And, yeah, this bit so that, right, so that the muggles, the non-developer folks, don't inadvertently stumble into something and go, what happened? Can you install new printer ink for my printer? So, moving on. All right. Okay. There's a couple of small issues here that I'd like to try and address before we pick up this Blazor application and stuff it into .NET MAUI. You think where that overview dashboard becomes difficult to implement is the age-old standards problem. Everyone seems to have a different standard of what is important and which plugins tools to integrate. I believe it was Syndrome from the from the Incredibles movie said, when everything is standard, nothing is. So at Acme Games, I like where you're going with that. And I think, right, when we thinking as a .NET developer, we know how to identify our projects and solutions, our collections of projects, and analyze and work with that because we have a strict solution project file structure that we have to use. When we go to things like NPM projects, Node.js projects, we do have that package JSON file that we can look at and get a pretty good idea of what's going on. So it's not complete in some cases, but it gets you at least close to it. When we go over to Python, game's off. Forget it. It's, right, you've got the files in the folder and that's it. And any other child folders that you need to analyze. So, right, as we go through various languages and structures, you're right, not trivial. However, if things have Git repositories, I know where I can do some analysis of the Git folder, see where the remotes are, do some interaction with that content. Then it becomes a little bit more compelling once we start that, and if we can drive a little bit of configuration that you set up for your projects that can get analyzed and monitored by some developer dashboard like that, then it becomes much more compelling and interesting. But absolutely, I agree with you, Acme Games. There is no standard for these things. And if we can infer as much as possible from some of the files and folders that we know about, can we get 80% there? Maybe with some of those technologies that we do understand. But there's probably some configuration that we need to place after that. Hey, .NET know-how, isn't in Python a file called requirements text? I thought there was some file there, and I'm forgetting my Python at this point, so I don't remember. I thought there was there might be a configuration file for packages, but that are being delivered over things like Anaconda, right? Am I remembering the package manager right there? Anaconda. So very doable, right? For folks who know those technologies, they're going to be able to speak better towards it than I at this point. But there's an extensible thing there that we could build. Could. Let me think about that more. Let's see if we can fix some of these things to get through here and do some interesting work with TagsApp, the application that we've been building, to make it easier to build and work with and interact with, not just Twitch chat, but also things like Mastodon and other social media providers. So I'm going to start with, well, turn off the caps lock there, Fritz. You look like you're screaming at your code. Let's do a checkout here. Let's call this fix, and let's go after this first one, HTTP context. And I'm going to go down into the Blazor folder. It's in their source. And I will hang on that. Get the container started with the database in it. Watch it and get this running. Hey, Goku Jax, asking, why is ClipTalk not working? ClipTalk is no more. We shut it down back in September, October. It was costing me several $100s a month to run, and Twitch released a competing feature service that made ClipTalk obsolete. So it was not sustainable for me to continue sinking thousands of dollars a year into that, plus the development time, without any opportunity to make that self-sustaining with a paid model or something. So, and quite frankly, I'm very disappointed in Twitch that they did all this work to add clip editing, clip management, clip export to Twitch, and they stopped. It's gone. And quite frankly, nobody uses it on Twitch. So, I'm getting this because it doesn't know to connect to Postgres over here. Let me see. How do I want to do this? Yeah, they did. Yep. Source. Tags app. Blazor. App settings. Development JSON. Restart that and see if we get it. Yeah, so there's a there's a clips feature on Twitch now that allows you to manage and export and make content. There it is. Make content available for your clips from Twitch. Some of it is only available on the mobile app. So there's my moderation screen. There we go. And your Twitch messages should start showing up here in chat when you type. If you're on YouTube, they'll come through the Restream bot in here. We still need to get YouTube back up and running. But I spoke to Adam from Adam Learns Live. I think that's his channel. He went through the application process to get a limit raised for working with YouTube. He said they came back very quickly and they were easy to work with. So maybe we go back and revisit that a little bit. Come on now, chat. Anybody over there? Hello? Why didn't that message come through from chat? The plot thickens. Let me see. I did some work on the Twitch provider. Yeah, it says it's connected and listening. Oh, it's listening on Visual Studio, that's why. Well, we're going to change over to C# Fritz. And back over here. Uh-huh. Now I need to restart. So, It wasn't that easy when you reached out to them. Adam says it worked out well. Goku Jax asks, can I use SEO like open graph meta tags with Blazor WebAssembly? Yes. Yes, you can. With Blazor with .NET 8, it will pre-render and you can output cache that content very easily. I do that with the C# in the cards website. Yes. Works great. Mark on YouTube with a question, how do you get the output and commands you run in your terminal separate? Where output is on top and commands you run at the bottom. That's not what's going on here. These are two panels in Windows Terminal. Let me make sure Karnak is running so you can see when I use the hotkeys here. So I open another tab here. I can split and create two panels here. Shift-Alt- will create that lower panel, and then Alt-Shift up and down, and I can move that up and down. Control-Shift-W closes that panel. And I believe it's Alt-Shift plus. Yeah, there we go. Gives me a vertical panel as well. So and then I can do left and right to resize that. So I do that so that when I'm here working, I can see, right, and I'm running my web server in the top panel, and I do my git commands down here in the bottom panel. So there you go, Mark. Eric says, Conda and Anaconda are used to help set up separated Python environments. Okay. How you doing, .NET Know-How? Good to see you. Thank you for chiming in a little bit earlier. So we should see some of those messages when I refresh here, because I restarted. And the restart, it should have reconnected, but it didn't. So yeah, there we go now. It's still not reconnecting on that restart. There you go. Yeah, right, so let me F12. Let's open the console over here. Cancel this. Right? So yeah, it's just another terminal panel up top. Right? So I'll run .NET Watch again. But over here, yeah, see, it's .NET Watch reload socket close. Right. But it should be trying to reconnect. It actually opened another browser somewhere completely different. And now, yeah, see, it's not reconnected. There was a whole reconnect thing that we built there that this isn't doing. Do I have the latest version of stuff? I'm not gonna dig into that right now. I want to make a little bit of progress. And look at that mash there. That's not right at all. Gosh, I could use some UI help. Let's fix this initial thing. HTTP context is not populated on the users page. So when I go over to users, see, it doesn't show me the list of users. It just kind of bails out there. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Users Razor. So let's open up and take a look. No, it wasn't part of Twitch relays. The Twitch relays are what's getting us the profile pictures. Right? The profile pictures are coming out of the relay. So if I go to that, which anybody can use my relay. It's just out there. I'm opening the portal on another screen here. Come on. Yeah, there it is. So you can see it's executing and getting data, right? From Twitch and relaying it, and it's putting it into memory and hanging on to it for a bit there, and then it will update and push that content. Right, and then there's another in-memory cache that's running inside Tags app, so it's not always hitting this thing, but it's going, getting the data, and presenting it very, very quickly there. Right, where's the metrics? I thought there was another metrics tab that we could dig into and we could see more about how much it's been running. Response time. That's the one I want to see. Yeah, and it's not collecting and showing any of that. Lame, but the relays are working and they're delivering that data. So, but this bit right here, while looking at the users, I wanted to address this, which, quite frankly, I think goes away when we're in a single user environment running locally, because folks can't browse to your moderation screen. That's an interesting problem. If you're running Tags app locally, you can't have moderators, remote moderators, connect in and work with your application. This is on admin pages, user Razor. Okay. Thank you. Line 64, right there. So it doesn't have HTTP context user. Interesting. And this is running as interactive server. So there's a pre-render that's happening that does have it. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. So where did we lose that? So this is a page that I'm navigating to. Yeah, that's the go from single user mode to multi-user mode. Right, the HTTP context is a cascading parameter that should be made available to us. Because I am logged in. Um, let's think this through. It hands off to routes. And I also don't have an authorize on this, right? If I put an authorize tag on this, yeah. And even then, I like to, what is it? Roles and policies. Role, admin. I have some magic strings like the name of my admin role hiding over here so that it's easy for me to ensure that it's always the same and it's implemented and referenced properly. If I add that in there, right, this should rebuild. There it is, rebuilding. What changed that it showed it now? Hang on. Hey, Bald Bearded Builder is here. Hello. So now if I refresh that page, it shows something, it disappears. But if I navigate right to it, first load doesn't load. This should work, rebuild, run. It's... You're not a real developer until you've used those words. Until you've spoken those words. Right? This was working on my machine. And the authorize worked too. So it clearly knows who I am. What happens if I turn the interactive server? Right, if I turn that off. Force the reload. It works on my machine, then we'll ship your machine, and that's where Docker came from. Yep. You're more and more convinced that the jump from junior to senior developer is summed up by knowing that you always check DNS or course first. Dear Lord. You're not wrong. So, and now I've got nothing. Feels good, man. Because object reference not set to an instance of an object, and that's at users Razor 65, which is trying to get claims principal. And then I'm doing user is in role navigation. But I've already done authorize, and it knows the role properly. So I can get rid of that, I think. Right, it's trying to load there, and Circuit host. Yeah, that's... On parameter set, object reference not set to an instance of an object. And rebuild that. You're looking to build a cross-platform desktop app that'll read subtitles of MKV files. Find the title of the show and change the file name of the title. Do I recommend using Maui, Avalonia, or Xamarin? Not Xamarin, because Xamarin is... the support for Xamarin is about to go away. Maui and Avalonia are pretty good. When you say cross-platform, how cross-platform? Avalonia will get you onto Linux if you need to be on Linux. But if you're talking about just Windows and Mac, Maui will work for you. Does authorize attribute acceptable on components? Well, this is a page. You shouldn't use it on components, no. You should use a bit more like an authorized view. And inside the authorized view component, tags be able to fail over so that your component does something. Linux, Windows, and Mac OS, Avalonia. Nightmare!
Nightmare just resubscribed for 47 months, and now we're subscribed.
Thank you so much.
Subscribing is half the battle.
Maybe it is. Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Much appreciate. Do I need the current user? No. I don't. But is it going to properly bump me out of here if I try and access this when I'm not logged in? It does. Okay. Right, so there I'm trying to go to admin users, and it is knocking me out of it properly. But if I do go to log in with my Microsoft account, I am not Eric. It does let me in, and I can see the content. Okay. So I'm going to remove this because I don't need it. And I don't even need the user at that point. Let's check on the home. And this needs to be addressed also. Somebody opened an issue for that. So if I put that back in, I don't need this. Actually, I don't need this whole thing. Which means I also don't need that. So that's rebuilding. Let's see if it refreshes and keeps working. You're welcome. Oblivion off. And yeah, I know you're getting network errors. We're trying to reconnect here. Yeah, that worked. Let's make sure the providers page is working also. Yep. UI customization. Let's put that in here, right there. And the modal customization. So those should all work. Yep. Yep. Cool. I'm good with that. Let's double check what files we have. All the admin pages. What's changed in that security context? There's a carriage return. Oh, I added default identity roles. That should be fine. Improved authorization in admin pages. Right? That sounds good. I'll push that up, back over here, head over to this. This is 408. Thank you. Fixes 408. Love it. Get that thing shipped. So it's going to... What's the one commit that I'm behind? Okay. Some CSS. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, it's building right there, and it's... there we go. That built a heck of a lot faster than I'm used to. No, it's still running. Yeah. There it goes. Hey, Fuel Snable. Helping a friend evaluating Blazor. He's wondering about use of state management, things like Fluxor. I haven't used Fluxor, but I know folks really enjoy using it, and there is a version available for Blazor. So, yeah, I've... why do you need state management? Let's start there. What are the concerns? Because you might be able to do it with just simple state objects that you pass around. So that worked. Squash and merge. Close that issue. Moderation UI does not have a page title. Yeah. I fixed this, I thought. Close this as completed. Yeah. Thank you. Enabling blue sky with the checkbox does not restart. This is something that users are going to run into that we should address first. And on this same boat is when I changed the channel of the Twitch client, it should restart that and reconnect. You know? There we go. So I will delete fix HTTP context. I think I can delete fix Twitch relay because we have that available now. No, it should be D. There we go. So let me create another issue here just so I can track it. Change of Twitch chat configuration should restart Twitch chat client. Yeah. Let's just say should apply those changes live to the Twitch chat client. I'm going to mark this as a bug, even though I'm going to fix it as part of this stream. I want to have it out there so that I've got that log that I can go to for these two. So, and I feel like there's a user interface update there. Personally, don't have many concerns, but he comes from a React world. Sure, there is, right? Fluxor is available for Blazor. So I haven't used it, but it is available. So share the link with that, Fritz. Yeah, why don't I do that? There you go. So let me start it with the blue sky option first here. Flip a coin to decide which side of the fence you're on, and then and then yell at the heretics on the other side. Yes, that's a good one. Not bad at all. Oh my gosh. No, we're good. All right, so blue sky. So when that's changed, we should stop blue sky, right? If I turn that off and click save, love the alert popping up, but it didn't actually turn off blue sky. So let's take a look at that dialogue and see about walking it down through and getting that configuration. So there's the blue sky config. There it is. So here's save configuration. Set configuration by key. Provider save configuration. So right here. Oh yeah, blue sky provider save configuration. There it is. Configure set configuration by ID. So we also need to reach into the provider and tell it run, don't run type of thing. How do I, well, wait a sec. Hang on. That's the provider right there. So when I say save configuration, right, and enabled comes through, right? If I changed enable state, after I save it, I should call start. And I don't need to wait for it, it's just going to start. But then if I tell it stop, I should stop. So, current enabled state. Do I have it somewhere? It's there in underscore config. So if underscore config enabled. Close. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay. This is one of the places where Copilot is good and frustrates me. It just gave me ghost text, right? This is called ghost text. That's suggesting, I know what you're trying to do here. Let me give you the rest of the code for that. And what it suggested is pretty close. But I have to stop and evaluate this. I'm going to accept it, but it's not exactly what I'm trying to do here. There is an enabled value up there. And it's not quite this. I want to go into provider configuration .enabled. So if enabled state is changing, right? So if it was true that it was enabled and it's not set to enabled now, I'm going to mark it as no longer enabled, and I'm going to stop. Else if we are not enabled, and that does not equal no. If they aren't equal and not this should be provider configuration. And then start. Yeah. I think I need to do that in both of these. I think that's what I want. Back up here. So it's restarting, and it shouldn't start Blue Sky because I disabled it. But I'm going to try and start it now. And then we're going to apply the same patch to Twitch. Let's see what we get. So there's Blue Sky, and it doesn't have an indicator next to it. Unknown, not yet started. And it's not enabled. It should have a little red not started next to it. Let's take a quick peek at that. Blue Sky, config UI Razor. UI provider config. Health is at health. Unknown, not yet started. Can I F12 into this? Again. Get class for health. Well, it doesn't have an unknown there. That's why. Can we do that? There we go. So if I try and turn it on, Error. Oh, okay. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Blue Sky Provider 71. Well, which one is it? Man, I'm going to have to hook up the debugger. I didn't want to hook up the debugger. Done my coffee. What am I going to do? No coffee. Right. This is the easier one of the two. The Twitch one is going to be a little bit trickier to do because it's got a couple bits of gadgetry to go with it, right? So providers, there's Blue Sky, and it thinks it's running now. So I'll turn it off. So underscore config, that is a thing enabled. Provider configuration, that is a thing. So that should step in and say the new enabled state. And that should set, and then it's going to stop. Save Blue Sky configuration. And now it says unhealthy, disconnected from Blue Sky and disabled. So now if I turn it back on, so we step in, and now it's going to try and start it. Saved. And there it is. I feel like we need, I feel like after that finishes running, we need to update the indicator and the status inside the UI. Right, so after we save configuration. Hey there, is that Hades in South Africa? Hello, welcome. Stop working for today, Dr. Cox? We'll have to walk the dog soon. Any ETA, how long? I'm going to try and go till about 1 o'clock. About another 2 hours. Let me see. So, after it did that, save configuration. Right, I can reach into the provider and get the configuration after it. Get the health status. Right? That's the important thing here. Health. Provider get health. Right? Update the health of the service after changes applied. Right? Oh, it's running in here. Okay. So if I turn that off, save, look at that. Turn it back on. That looks like it's working. So, git checkout, fix, provider config, provider restart, let's call it. Even though that's not exactly what it's doing. So let me commit those changes. Updated Blue Sky to start and stop on config change. I'll start a pull request on that. Yeah, this is 398. Enhanced provider UI to immediately apply config updates. Fixes 398. And I'll do the other one also. Disabled icon would normally be something grayed out. Right now I have yellow, red, green. We could do grayed out. We can clean up that UI if somebody wants to take standardizing those health statuses, sure. Right? If this is disabled, sure, maybe it should be something gray that indicates that it's not there. If somebody wants to take that, I am happy to make that issue available. Standardize the improve. Let's say improve and standardize the provider health icons. And that's on this screen. We should have more standard indicator icons for status. Active, error, disabled, unknown. It's not really a bug, it's an enhancement. It is a good first issue if somebody wants to look at it. It's in one place. And I just showed it. No. This is in UI provider config. Good place to start working to improve this is on Blazor client components admin UI provider config Blazor. There you go. So if anybody wants to take a look, there's the issue. Shouldn't be too hard to go in there and kind of standardize and improve it. It's these four statuses here. So happy to take your feedback. These are using Bootstrap icons. So take a look. Happy to take your feedback, your pull request on that, while I go through and address some of these other issues around the user interface and getting some of these things working. So there, that built properly. So the other one is Twitch chat config, being able to change that. Yeah, we can do something with this. Right? This is doable, isn't it? Yeah. I think we can do something with this. When do we think we'll start doing some Blazor playwright tests? That's a great question. I don't know. Like, I've got the pressure to get things working in standalone application mode, because then I can give this tool to other streamers to use. I've got pressure to get other features in for the next .NET Conf. And for the most part, right, it's me. There's one or two dedicated folks that are helping every now and again with features, but for the most part, it's me developing when you see me here on stream. So I'm trying to juggle and work through those things. I don't know when I'll get to the playwright tests. The amount of configuration that we had to go through to get them running was really hard. It's going to take a lot of figuring out, a lot of discovery to go through and get that working again. And I need to be a little bit productive getting new features built and delivered. So I want to get some of those things done first and then come back to some of that testing. But if somebody wants to work on it and has some ideas, go for it. Go for it. And there's some unit tests that can be built to get dropped in here. I need to balance the bandwidth that I have to work on this. So it's not a great answer. Yeah, Fritz is a service, right? So it was the next one that I wanted to look at was the Twitch provider, right? To get Twitch client. Right, there's the Twitch relay. Providers, yeah. Twitch chat. No, I wanted you to expand. The provider right here. So if we look at the config UI, I believe this does the exact same thing. So it uses the Twitch relay and gets the parameters from there. Right, so I connected the Twitch account so that it knows how to interact with it, and I can specify the channel name and whether it's enabled. I think I only, for right now, I only want to really restart the channel name and whether it's enabled. When you have insights and experiences of working in the Smiley Unicode consortium. Hey, McNets. Hello, hello. Yeah, eventually trademark, right, Acme? Like, there's a certain amount of and I talk about this when I do the Friday streams playing a little bit of Overwatch. We need balance. You can't spend your whole time writing code. There's other things to do in life, right? So for a lot of folks that saw the eclipse in the States yesterday, like, there was a little bit of an awakening there that, holy crow, there's a heck of a lot more going on here than just sunrise rising and moon coming up in the evening. There's a lot more going on in this world than just what I initially see. There's a lot of whole big things going on out there. Same thing goes for us when we're working, whether it's writing code, it's working as the accountant, or working as customer service rep answering the phones. There's a lot going on. Tanking for groups and kicking butts on Fridays. Amen, Junie. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, right, if I can make this so that this restarts the Twitch chat service automatically, and gets reconnected appropriately to those, I think we're in a good shape to say that this is ready to move into the Blazor Maui application, so we can give folks a native app for them to use as streamers, and then start getting some big feedback from other folks. Because there's folks like Junie that live stream, our friend Fairy Wings, Fierce Kittens, Ellie Face, Joystick Nick, that have insight into how they plug things into their streams that would be very valuable to get so that it's more than just me that's building and bringing things in here. Know what I'm saying? So let's get that. And I think I'm just going to focus on the bot and the bot channel name that we're connecting to and the enabled state. So we already saw, I think, right? Where's the health indicator here? Where's the health indicator? Yeah, health. Where's that at? There, right there. Okay. So after we finish this, get the new health status. Yeah. But it should be... Really? And that's not spelled right. Like, really? So now I need to reach into that save configuration, which is going to be Twitch chat. And yeah. Do I have stop? Stop just does nothing at this point. We should probably actually have it stop. Acme says, no time to watch the eclipse. Got to run test suites to make sure environment changes of reduced solar flares due to the moon blocking them. Really? Really? Like, that doesn't happen that often, right? Let's see here. So, okay, first things first, we need a stop. Well, when it starts, it calls listen for messages. And it looks for the cancellation token. And then it sets up that. It doesn't use the token anywhere else. Right, where else is it? It doesn't use that anywhere else. Son of a biscuit. Okay. Chat client. Right, this is what actually does the interaction with Twitch, which we're going to need to rewrite because Twitch is not going to support IRC anymore. Sure, some intern somewhere in astrological research lab had to. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I suspected. So it's going to start off connecting out to Twitch. Right? Make sure that we're connected. And then it starts up a thread. I love that I used a thread here. And a thread instead of a task. And it does a while true. There's our cancellation token source. How about instead of true, we go while not shutdown is cancellation requested. Right? Next. So process message, dispose. I don't necessarily want to dispose so much as I want to tell it to stop, which would So where is this used? So it's created on the construction. And it's called on dispose. So let's put a stop on method in here. We're also going to want to put it on this. Yeah, I'm working here. I'm working here. Implement that. There it is. And I'm just going to say shut down, cancel. Yeah, I'm still working. Go away. So inside Twitch chat provider. Well, hang on. So if I want it when I tell it to start, this is a flippin' mess. When I tell it to start, it calls listen for messages. Which calls client init. Right? What do you mean I can't? So how do I reset that? Is there a reset? Try reset. Sure. Okay. So that will restart. And that happened inside of start. Listen for messages. So inside of stop, stop the client. Is stopped. Now rebuild. So now when so now the last piece I need to do is inside the provider when save configuration is called here. I need to do that same if check. If we're changing the enabled state, either start it or stop it. That's gonna darn it. Hey, look, immersed. Yes, I want to exit. Coding with the VR headset on. And forgot and it didn't shut down the bridge here. All right. So there it is, system admin, providers. Provider. There it is. And there's Twitch chat. Healthy, it's okay, and there it is running. Okay. Next bits. So here, just like I did in the Blue Sky provider, now I should probably format it like this so it matches everything else. No matter. I'm not going to do that right now. So after it saves, right? I don't think any of that. So where's the config here? Where did I save? I called it settings. Nope. Yeah, there's enabled. That's not read-only. That's not read-only. Oh, yes it is. That's fixed. Okay. It's not Blue Sky configuration. It's going to be Twitch chat configuration. Okay. Get that read-only off of that. Okay, so there, when it toggles enabled state, handle enabled state change, right? What else do we have here, chat? So, the chat room that we're connecting to. Sure, go ahead, rebuild. Let's see what we get. Right, so providers, Twitch chat. So if I toggle that, save, stopped, started. Okay. I want to change the channel name now. Handle channel name change. So the channel name is what chat client is connected to. There. So I could, right, I know the commands to send to have it change names there, to have it change. I feel like I need a method in here to void listen to new channel string channel name. Yeah. Come back to your question in just a second there, DGen1. That should be probably, there it is. Yep. And I should be able to reset the channel name at that point. And that should change channels. Hey, Napalm. So the question from DGen1 is, when we disable, does it properly and correctly stop the service? Let's check it. Providers. I'm going to open the moderation screen here. So there we go. We see some of those most recent messages coming through. Okay. So I'll go into Twitch chat and I'm going to disable. And that message did not come into the application, right? Exiting receive messages loop. So now if we turn it back on, right? says it's joined. Can't quite tell there. And there it is, connected. So it did disconnect and reconnect properly. Yep. The send message. We should see it jump channels here when we tell it to jump channels. Right? So I clicked save. So I'll send another test message. That got through. Should be on Visual Studio. Nope, that got through. Oh, I didn't actually call. Close. I'm not going to stop and start. Twitch chat configuration, provider configuration. Channel name. Now, that should have patched. Back over to here. Refresh that. It says it's on Visual Studio. It's not. It's on my channel still. That message did not come through. How can I do this? Twitch, TV. Why am I doing it in a different? Twitch, TV, Visual Studio. Test from Visual Studio. That did not come through. Let's restart just to check. Just to check. Okay, moderation. And if I go system admin, providers, Twitch chat, it's listening to Visual Studio. Twitch, TV, Visual Studio. I'll click chat. Test from Visual Studio 2. that flowed through. Okay. Change the channel here. Let's go to C# Fritz. Save. It says it's saved configuration. I'll send a message, test from Visual Studio 3. That did not come through. Test from C# Fritz. Did not come through. Okay, so trying to part and join is not working. Let's go back and take a look at chat client. Should be join hash channel name. Yeah. Let's put a break on these and see what happens when we change that. What else? I want to listen to the messages. No. No. Let's change this back to Visual Studio. Save. That says it's saved, and it didn't actually call this. Are we in here? Oh, we're not saving the channel name here either. No, we're good. Let's restart it. Get on a fresh footing here. How you doing, chat room? Okay. Moderation, system admin, and Twitch TV, Visual Studio, so you can see me typing over there. Okay. Providers, Twitch chat. It says it's listening on Visual Studio, so I'm going to send a message over here. Test from Visual Studio 4. There it is, it came through. Okay. I'm going to change this to C# Fritz. Save. And it's going to step in. It's going to say listen to new channel. We're going to join over here. The channel name is Visual Studio. It's going to part. And then we're going to try and join C# Fritz. That says it's saved. What messages do we have in the output? I don't think it's logging trace, and that's why I'm not getting anything. Okay. Back over to moderation. Let's see if we get some messages here. Still alive, sleepy, just clocked out of work. Clocked out of work is nice. That's the one. No, it's not. It's like it's not joining it. Let me go back over here. Right, where was it? Process message. Let's change this to log info. Or even log debug. No, it's not outputting that at all. There we go. Now I'm getting the message being written out here. Okay. So back over here. Save. I didn't get the message in the corner. Oh, yeah. There it is changing. So, thank you so much, Jason. Appreciate you joining us. Okay. What did we get over here? Part C# Fritz joined Visual Studio. So that looks like I'm listening on Visual Studio now. So I'll output test 5. That arrives. Okay. Change this to C# Fritz. Save. Part Visual Studio, join C# Fritz. There's a list of the folks that are in the channel. So on and so forth. Back over here. Test from C#. And it didn't hear that message. No, it did get it. Look, right there. Hang on. So where it's listening for messages, receive messages on thread, right? Process message. Regular expression chat message is match. I think I know. There it is right there. I need to reset these. Set regular expression for chat messages. And I don't think I need to pass these in, because what I can do right, I can just really don't make that static. So then down here, when I change that, yep. Sure, rebuild. So now, write my regular expressions where I'm deciding here's how to read the chat message. should be reformatted properly. So moderation, providers, Twitch chat. It's listening on C# Fritz right now. Won't that try to part the new channel? No. Oh, you're right. I need to do that after. Good call. Yeah, I shouldn't have moved it. You're right. Cool. Is there a pull request there? I can take a look at that right after this. Yeah. Thank you. So, it's listening to C# Fritz right now. I'm going to jump over to Visual Studio. Save. Okay, it joined Visual Studio. So, if I go to Twitch TV, Visual Studio, chat, test 6. There it is from Visual Studio. Let's change it back to C# Fritz. And the bot rejoined C# Fritz. Test from C#. Got it. All right. We got it fixed. Nice. So let's commit those. Updated to allow to reconfigure Twitch channel and enabled status. I'll push those. Yeah, we got it working. That feels good, right? Where's my applause? There it is. There we go. Yeah. Ship it. Maybe. Let's go over here. So that's going to fix 437. And then we're going to apply this little user interface update pull request we got. Twitch chat to start and stop, plus change channels. Fixes, what was it, 437? So that's building. Hey, look at that. Let's see what we get here. I can close this and that. And I disabled an unknown status from Nick here. Changing things up. Get class for health. Style equals, if it's disabled, grayscale 100%. And if the social media status is disabled, so I think I may need to go through and set disabled status. Right? So if we set stop, I set it status right now to unhealthy. Maybe it should be disabled. Same thing for tags app. So if I look at stop, instead of setting it to unhealthy, set it to disabled. Yeah. Let's get that. Set provider status to disabled when toggling enabled state. No. Hang on, wait a sec. What about when I click start? Right? Start. This should be disabled. Okay. Inside of start. Yeah, that's fine. Listen for messages. If there's an exception, mark it unhealthy. Otherwise, yeah, that's fine. Push that up. And then I'll be ready for this pull request. So that's going to do one more build. And then I think we can start talking about .NET MAUI. Approve and run. So we'll let that run. Good stuff. Good stuff. I love getting pull requests live on stream. That's awesome stuff. That an amazing gift to the channel and to the viewers when you contribute code while we're writing and we can talk about things here live on stream. That's very, very cool and fun to do. Let's see here. Almost done. Yep. I think we're going to be good. Yep, build ran properly. Fantastic. So I'm going to merge this one for provider UI. So that's in the mix now. Provider restart. All right. Fix provider restart. Cool. And now we should be able to take a look at this one from Nick. Built and runs. So I'm going to grab a copy to take a look at here locally. Yep, paste anyway. And now if I look over here, it should have restarted. If I look at admin, and let's disable Blue Sky. Got nothing there. What did I miss? Let's take a look. Right, it's like down in here. There's two unknowns now. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Right, and these aren't even started. But here we at least have a config, and I can enable, and away it goes. Stop, and it goes away. Cool. Now, it wasn't even a missing comma. All good. Removed, what do we want to call this? Extra unknown status. And I'll push that. And cool. Did it pick up my commit? I need to create a pull request back over to you. Yeah, there we go. Removed extra unknown status. Ugh. No. I don't want to send all that over to you. That had to be a merge issue on my side, because I don't see it there. So I'm going to let that come on in. Much appreciated there. Thank you so much. So I will jump over to my main branch. You're going to do this the difficult way, aren't you? Git pull origin main. No, not origin main. Upstream. There it is. Git push. Yeah, see, that looks right. No, why does it have that extra one? No. One second here. Okay. I'm not quite sure. Why is it? Nope. Get rid of that branch. I don't need that branch. Cool. Yeah, I don't know why I have... Removed extra unknown status. I don't know why. It's got to be a merge issue on my side. Like, that's on me. Yep. Yeah, there it is. Good. Branch deleted. I can delete the branch here. Cool. All right. I think it's time to get a little nuts. Can we get a little nuts? There's a dog checking in here. What? No. Can you get almonds? No. Sorry. That's right. I know the audio for that was a little bit loud. Right? That shouldn't be that loud. And even then, it's not coming out on the monitor, so I can't even hear the peeking dog. Let's get a little crazy. I'm quite low today? Really? I did tinker with my audio settings a little bit. Boop that snoot. Absolutely. How about now? Is that better? I'm trying to be wary about that. Yeah. Right? I just think the dog popping in is weird. Like, there's a thing there. It's not a command yet. We'll get there. Like, there's weird stuff like this that I want to start being able to do, you know? Right? Like, did you know that we're broadcasting out in the middle of nowhere? Folks are driving by and we're talking about tech and they're listening to us live right here. So, yeah, the transparency is a little bit iffy. I had a problem ripping that. So, no, it knows this hat. We just added this hat, and it's actually pretty good at identifying this hat. So.
Now we know. And knowing is half the battle.
Oh my gosh. Space Shot with the resub. Thank you so much. I'm over here now, just in the middle of downtown. 57 months. Thank you so much, my friend. Great to see you. Thank you for the resub. I'm still waiting on I'm waiting on feedback on Tech Bash submissions. Any word? I'm over here now. Any word on Tech Bash submissions? So server side on the left, interactive WASM on the right. Really? Now I'm over here now. Doesn't it feel like I kind of go right in between the signs? But I don't. Now I'm over here. Now I'm over there. Way over here now. And over there. Back and forth. Like, this doesn't make you dizzy at all, does it? Head back over to this one. Spaces for friends? Yes. Yes, spaces for friends. Absolutely. What can we win? I don't know. So, what I want to do now, I want to start the Maui native application. No, Maui hybrid application. Let's see what happens. I haven't done any sample code on this. I haven't tried anything. I'm literally talking about adding this right now live on stream. Like, I haven't thought about it much until now. Like, hey, I want to do this. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, no. I'm not going quite that far. So why does it say that? What was? Oh, I didn't push this into my instance. There we go. So let's create a branch. Feature Maui. And here we go. Maui wowie indeed. Let's see how this goes. Somebody tell somebody over on the Maui team we're about to go off the deep end here. Yeah. It's going to be a thing. So I'm going to create another branch in the solution. No, not another project. Not yet. I keep doing new projects. I don't want new project. I want new folder. Desktop app. Because I'm not going to make this to run on mobile. The mobile app, I think, is something different that we'll get to. So I want a... Yes, I'd like an Aspire app. No. .NET Maui Blazor hybrid app. Here we go. Tags app dot... no. .NET 7? No, I want .NET 8, darn it. Okay. Close all but this. So, if I change this to the standalone app, yeah, I know Android doesn't exist. And quite frankly, I'm going to pull those other platforms. Right? Let's go into this. Yeah, we'll let it run on the Mac Cataclysm. Cataclysm? If is OS platform Windows, sure. I don't want Tizen. Note for Mac Cataclysm. Let that go for right now. But I can get rid of that other stuff. Yeah, Windows machine. Don't need that right now. So let's make sure we can get the standalone app with just the default template running. And then start moving some stuff over. Now, I don't plan to move stuff so much as add a reference. Lots of end-ends. All the end-ends. It's going to be amazing end-end. Here we go. It should be here. I promise I told it to run, but it's not running. It exited with code 0. Isn't code 0 a flavor of Mountain Dew? Building, and there's the orange bar. There we go. All right. The default template app works. Let's do more. Let's do more. Okay. Right. Ship it. Everybody needs a Hello World app on their machine. And that's all we need. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. We're really stepping into an ecosystem that I haven't been involved in on stream, building native apps for Windows and Mac. And I think that's going to be something kind of exciting for us to work through here on stream. There we go, way over here. So, what features will the desktop app have? Great question, Blazor Mr. Magoo, and the answer, quite frankly, is everything as a single user standalone application. So I want streamers to be able to launch and run Tags app locally, connecting out to Twitch, to Mastodon, to Blue Sky if they'd like, and listen and receive. Those are the three that don't have any cost, that don't require extra configuration. But let those folks be able to connect out to those three services and interact with them. Twitter, yes, if you want to buy your license to Twitter, be able to connect and buy it out there. Maybe at some point in the future that becomes a paid service that we're able to relay, aggregate, and share. Is this my full-time job? Kind of. My full-time job is to teach folks like you about .NET and Blazor and Maui. Building this and using this for services like for events like .NET Conf and other events that we might run on stream. Absolutely part of my job. So full-time MVP? No. Because I organize and run events. I write the official training material. I produce and record the official stuff. This is a bottle opener. Hang on. Look at this. Right? Right, Dongo Wrath? They put a bottle opener in the middle of the hat. Look, and it's even on the bottom there, too. Right? Like, all the hats, all the baseball caps that I saw in Puerto Rico had a bottle opener in it. Like, but it doesn't go all the way through. So, like, how do you open a bottle? Like, you have to get it in underneath that. Like, that's a little weird. But it was the first time I had seen this, so I was like, okay. I wanted a Puerto Rico hat when I was in Puerto Rico. I haven't tried the bottle opener yet, no. I have a feeling it's going to be okay at opening canned beverages, cans of soda, or your favorite adult frosty beverage. But I'm not sure about bottles. Like, it's going to be hard to get it under that crimped bottle cap and pop it open on the hat there. So, but this feels like the kind of hat that fraternity brothers would wear, right? Like, right? So, Who needs a bottle opener when you have teeth? No, don't do that. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. I'm going to head back over here, and I'm going to start gutting the Maui application and start loading in some of our other user interface. But I have a feeling that the layout that we're going to use here is going to be just a little bit different. Because, quite frankly, I'd like to use the native menus on Windows or Mac so that you get those menus popping up and working with those when you're on those systems. Any of our other streamer friends here? I don't think they are. I know some of those folks work today. Junie was here a little bit earlier. Yeah, so what did I miss? Okay. That's a good question on the Discord that I do enjoy answering. From a few hours ago. That wasn't what I was looking for, but let me come back to that. Yeah, okay. So I want to make this as easy as possible for some of our streamer friends like Alu the Crow and Junie and whoever to start up and start using the application. Running in a local mode, I'm going to assume that we're going to write into a SQLite local database, not a Postgres database, which also at some point means we're going to want some sort of database management tools. Like flush older messages that were rejected or something, or flush older messages that were just flush older messages. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Let's get rid of some of these other pages here that we don't use, but I want to make this right. The goal is to make this easy for folks to be able to get in here. What do I use for a SQLite viewer? There's a tool here called DB Browser that I've used. There's a plugin for Visual Studio Code that you can use. A couple different options. So, layout, am I going to get rid of those two? I don't know yet. This is going to be both fun and difficult. I feel like I need to bring over... Boy. Oh, boy. How do I want to do this? Well, let's finish clearing up some of these others. I'm going to get rid of these platforms that we're not using. The platform-specific code for Android, iOS, and Tizen, because we're not using those. SQLite is like Bud Light. Ah, you got it. You got it there, Blazor, Mr. Magoo. You wanted to mess with Realm as a SQLite alternative? Okay. At some point, we're going to need to bring in some resources here. The fonts, we're going to need to get... we're going to want to get the Bootstrap icons copied in there, in the fonts down there, so that we can use those. Let's start simple. I'm not even going to touch root yet. Main layout has Oh, the toast provider's in there too. Mr. Magoo with 70 months.
Blazor Mr. Magoo just resubscribed for 70 months. 70 months and finally we get some desktop app action.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, and at the same time, what'd you expect? After the 24th month, didn't you go, man, this guy really likes building web applications? Thank you so much, my friend. It's been amazing to have you here for 70 months. I think that's the longest streak. The longest number of months, not even streak, just longest number of months. I will be making a donation to the American Cancer Society. We are going to do a St. Jude stream, fundraising stream. I do have stuff I still have to send out from last year. I'm going to get that ironed out in the next week or two here. I've got time. We're going to set up and I think we're going to do a bunch of trolly things here, so you can troll me. I think we're going to do another Hot Chicken Wing AMA stream where you, the chat room, get to interview me. And I'm going to reach out to a couple of friends. If we reach a certain goal, I think we'll invite on some guests and ask them if they would like to be the AMA goals for a couple of different dollar values. Some folks that you know that run some podcasts, some folks that you don't hear from that don't run podcasts that might be fun to talk to on stream, and quite frankly, not have them give demos so much as do the AMA live stream and answer your questions about some of the products and things they work on. I think there's an opportunity for that we can do. I want to do some of the goofy ways that you control me. I think colored beards are coming back strong. Folks have been asking me about rainbow beards. I think we got to do that again. Some of you have never seen me do the rainbow beard. I think we got to do a Clippy stream here. I think we've got to do some of the barnyard animal streams. There's plenty for us to do and have fun with here. That's going to be coming up starting in the next few weeks, to help raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So, how about I can only code using C# 1.0 features? That's devious. That's devious. I wouldn't be able to work on Tags app because it's .NET 8, right? I wouldn't be able to do some of that. Digital Drummer J, 18 months with us.
Digital Drummer just resubscribed for 18 months.
Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. So, we will, when I do pivot and go to the St. Jude streams, all of our subscriptions, all of our cheers, they do get matched, and they will go to St. Jude for the month of May. So, as of right now, I will be live streaming the entire month of May, and I'm going to try and get a couple extra streams in there as well. See if we can stream Monday mornings. So we'll do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday mornings all month long, all through build, the whole shooting match. No generics, no ASP.NET Core. That's a little much. That's a little much. Maybe we set up a goal like that for June development. And if we hit something, we do some very old school development for June. All kinds of options that we can do there. This is the layout that we use in Tags app. Looking back at... Right, so... Oh, no. Okay, this brings in Blazor WebView. This is different in .NET 8. Do I think there's value in exploring with a younger audience what it was like to code to code C or to code C# 1.0? Learning C. No, I don't think there's value in it. No. Mm-mm. I think of when our college professors made us write code with older versions of programming languages, and it just wasn't something that any of us found appealing. I don't think there's value in that as edutainment. So yes, C and C++ are two different beasts. So is Objective-C and C#. 4 different programming languages, all called C, have nothing to do with each other. Nothing. Yeah, the assignments our college professors gave to us, they had value 10 years before. Oh, no. Pragmata Pro Fraktur? I'm not familiar with that font. That's an Adobe font. Are you kidding? Okay, how do I get that? Sure. Available with CC. With Creative Cloud. I don't have Creative Cloud. Is there somewhere else I can get it? No. Is that the same font? No, you're looking for Pragmata Pro Fraktur. Ignore the font? There it is. Visit the Pragmata Pro Fraktur page. License it for £89. 89 euros. I'm sorry. I'm not going to drop $100 on a gimmick like that. Like, if you want to request a free and open available one, I would do it, but I'm going to reject that and refund the bits. So, okay. So yeah. With Blazor Maui hybrid applications, we don't have WebAssembly. Everything runs in the app. So we're not choosing between those 2 or 3 different places to run things. It just runs in the app. Oh boy. So we might have some interesting grounds that we cross here because things do exist, don't exist. and we need to swap in appropriately. Okay. So, and if we're running in single user mode, I don't necessarily have an admin area, right? Everybody's going to be a moderator. I don't need to worry about those things. I don't want a nav menu, right? I don't want to specify a nav menu outside the layout. And the layout that we have over here, right? Can we put head content in there? Maybe. We're going to update app XAML to put a menu bar in there. Well, actually, I don't think we necessarily even do, right? We don't have a color scheme like this. We're going to bring in a color scheme from the native app. Okay. Our header is here and has things like site name and whatnot. But I think for the native app, we're going to force the site name. You're running Tags app. We're not going to. There is no white labeling when you're running the native app. You downloaded it from me. You're using the native app. I'm trying to be careful what I bring over because this isn't something that we're just going to slam in here and all of a sudden, hey, it works. So header is, there's the navigation bar. And the login. And then the HTTP context. It's receiving that so that it can decide what to put on for secure access. Okay. Hello, welcome. So, if I'm going to move the menu out so that I'm using a right, so I'm using a Maui menu. Right? So I forget how to do this. It's been too long since I've worked on this. Labels, buttons, menus. That's for the Maui components. I think I'm okay. Don't need to touch those, but it's over here where I need to add the menu. If I'm going to do add a menu. I don't think it knows. Yeah. Right? It's just menu, isn't it? Menu item, but I don't want, it's not just menu, it's like not tooltip. Yeah, I want to I need to dig that back up. Someone have advice for starting a good project for learning Blazor? You're a new dev web. So on Wednesday mornings, this same time, I teach a class, actually earlier, I teach a live stream on the Visual Studio channel called C# with C# Fritz. If you're watching YouTube, it's on youtube.com, the .NET channel. And I'm teaching a Blazor for Beginners series on that channel on Wednesdays. There's a playlist available as well. For a good project to start learning Blazor, the demo that we have is building a pizza store website. I think there's benefit in building something like I call it a collection website. Everybody has a collection of something. Stamps, coins, movie posters. I collect comic books. Create a website that works with your collection. So you can take pictures of those stamps, coins, comic books, movie posters. Store them in a database. Have Blazor present them, show them, let you interact with them. Tinker and see where that takes you. I think there's opportunity there for some interesting things. And then it becomes something that you've got a vested interest in. Because, right, if it's storing information about your collection, as you get new whatever items in your collection, hey, look, I got a token, a Twitch arcade token, right? That's pretty cool. I want to put that into my collection on the collection website. How do I do that? Walking through that. And oh gosh, I went to Disney and I went over to Tron. And gosh, I got a token from Flynn's Arcade. Right? Flynn's Arcade from Tron. Very cool. What do I do with that? Right? As a coin collector, these are things that are tokens. They're nothings. But they're fun. And quite frankly, I keep them here on my desk to remind me. So, little things like that. Right? Nah, take a picture of that, put it somewhere. So I'm going to start gutting this. Right? So I don't have any of that. I'm going to have Toast Provider in there. I'm not going to start with that. But let's bring that in. Right? Doesn't know what those things are. That's okay. I'm going to have a... I don't even think I need to show the footer. Yeah, there you go. I do need a section outlet for scripts. And I think those couple items are going to be good. So section outlet, yep, we need a using statement for that. Good. No. I need to add some project references here. Not terrible. And I'm just about out of time here, which kind of works out nicely. I can get into some of these pieces next time. It should find this now because I added that reference. Maybe. This should be... There's a couple of global usings I need to bring in, I think. Yeah. Actually, no, I don't need that. I probably should. No. No. Let's close this and reopen. Where is configure tags app factory? Tags app common. All right. I will put a global using in for that. Tags app common. There, it found it. This one... It should know what that is. I'm going to make this false to start. And I should get it at least putting up the body. See what we get to here. Come on. This is going to be annoying if it takes this long to build every time. Need some motivation? Okay. I feel that way as well. Like, getting a little bit of a push helps in a big way. So... Here we go. And not found. Well, that feels bad. That totally feels bad. Is it because I got rid of home? Yeah. Fine. I'm going to add an existing item. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Go over here, and we're going to go into Blazor, Components, Pages. It's not there. What? No. Home. And I'm going to add it as a link. So I'm using the exact same configuration, the exact same file in both locations, okay? Still not found. Why? Not browser link. Restart. It's got to be because there was a new file, maybe? And it's not included in the gimmick? Build started. Like, once the file's in there, it should hot reload the file, but I think because it wasn't in there, it didn't know where to go. Or not. What do you mean not found? No, I thought I said... whatever. If... false. It looks like it's hot reloading. No, still not found. Oh, wait a sec. Hang on. I'm looking at the wrong main layout. Let's just comment these out. Okay. No. Give it one more restart. See what we get here. Motivation as developers can be tricky, right? You want to be focused in being able to deliver and writing code all the time, on demand. And the thing to remember is that for us as developers, see, still not found. The brain's a muscle. Just like folks that are in manual labor types of situations. the carpenter, the plumber, the electrician, the folks that are out repaving the street, that are the folks that are building highways. They're working their physical muscles and their arms and legs and whatnot to move things and whatnot, but we're thinking, and that can get tired too. And it's important that you give yourself a mental break every now and again, and exercise those other muscles besides your brain so that you can advance, you can do more, you can figure out why you wrote code that isn't working. Why isn't this working? I don't know. Let's find out. I'm not sure where the not found is coming from, so I'm going to dig in here a little bit. So it should run layout, and it should focus on an H1 over there, which should be right there. I'm not injecting application configuration yet. And that's a whole issue. Am I even using it on the home page? No. I don't need that. Like, trying to figure out where the gap is here. Why am I getting the not found? I want to get that hello world showing up that we're sharing with the web application. No, I'm still getting not found. Let's F12 into this, see what it's looking at. Right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate the welcome. Go away. Okay. Tags-app.standalone. So I'm getting the HTML and then not found where the app is. So it is trying to do that. So that's loading properly. Yes, checklists help. That's a great point, Digital Drummer J. If you have a checklist of tasks, there's motivation to being able to say, done, I finished this. Absolutely. So when you can break things down, it's going to help. Have I seen Microsoft Auto Dev? No. What? I don't know what this is. It's a research project. I don't need that either in this, but it's not clear where the not found statement is coming from. It feels like that's it coming out of the router. Don't do this to me. Don't tell me it needs to be native there. Never a problem to be here late. It's okay. Come on. It didn't like the linked content. That could be a problem, right? Right, if I... Is Flowbyte a good shout to use with Blazor? I'm not familiar with Flowbyte. Bootstrap works nice. And it's part of the default templates. Yeah, it doesn't know what that is. Application configuration. And I don't, quite frankly, I don't need that. Let me reopen that. Right. Tags app, common. Should still come back and say, I don't know how to inject this. Yeah. It doesn't know what that is yet. Builder services, add. Application configuration. Nope, restart it. It's restarting, okay. Flowbyte. Build websites even faster with components on top of Tailwind. Interesting. Okay. Yep, there's a Flowbyte Blazor. It amazes me the number of folks that are building open source, freely available components. Like, they're going to get bit at some point. So that worked, right? But trying to add the linked item didn't? Like, this could put a crimp in the way that I was going to share content across these. Gonna need to get some lunch. Yeah, this build process is going to bite me here. No. Add linked resources to .NET MAUI. Is it? Hang on. If we look at the properties, right, so foo is content do not copy. Yeah. Do I need to flip this to content here? And then will it pick it up? Because of the way that MAUI compiles and includes the Blazor content, I'm thinking I probably need to shift that, right? And this is the first project that I've tried this type of sharing between a Blazor web application and a MAUI hybrid application. There it is. There it is. We're a little bit over time. I want to make sure I answer this question that came in on... answer a question that came in the Discord. So... oh, let me get rid of foo out there. We don't need foo anymore. Yep, stop. Yep. So we can add the linked elements. We just need to make sure we reference them properly. So save the project over here. We're going to add that. We're going to go up one. That shouldn't be there. First steps in building the desktop app. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be something that we're going to spend some time on and hopefully deliver value into both the web app and the desktop app. I want to go over to the question that was asked on Discord. Back it up. It was in the Blazor. There we go. How do I stretch this over? Make this... Right, I want to... total newbie here. I've previously created a simple Blazor app and successfully deployed it to a hosting platform using the publish command in Visual Studio. I now want to create a Blazor app that uses data from a database, MySQL, as I might want to use this data for more than one app in the future. I've decided to create an API to retrieve the data from the database. Do I need to create two solutions, one for the app, one for the API, or can they be combined in a single solution? No. You can use them even in one project if you'd like. You'd like to run them on the same server. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If both the app and the API are on the same server, how does routing work? I teach you. Let me show you. Let me show you something. Let's do a new project here. So we're going to start off with the Blazor web app. I'm going to put this in cdev, and I'll call this Blazor and API. Create a new solution. Sure. Sure. No. Blazor and API. Put this in cdev. All right. .NET 8. I'm not going to worry about authentication. I'm going to guess you're using WebAssembly, but let's just go to it. No. Let's do this as Aspire. I'm even going to do the Aspire starter application. And let's call this Blazor and API. .NET 8, use Redis for caching. Sure. Because by default, this loads up and gives you an experience that looks like, that feels like, kind of what's being described there. Where I have an app host that configures and loads an API service and has a front-end service. And this is kind of the way that folks teach architecture right now. And there's a Redis cache up here. So I have my web, I have my service defaults, I have app host, and I have my API service. What Aspire gives you is the ability to isolate those as two projects. They're two projects in the same solution. The API that is being delivered that's over here is a simple weather forecast API. How you doing there, Woodcastle? And it's just a minimal API with a map get that's saying, let's generate some weather forecasts from random data. Okay? Random data that it's looking at here. All right? But that is an API, that is a web service. And I can start this, and it will run those as two separate projects. You don't need to be in separate solutions. So we're answering the first part of your question. You can run in the same solution. You don't have to use Aspire to do this. But this is a template that you have with .NET when you add the Aspire workload that you can see this type of interaction working. So it starts up, and with Aspire, we get our dashboard to start. We don't get our application. And you can see my API services out here, and I can navigate to it. And there's my fake weather that it's rendering for me. It's an API that I can navigate to, and I can get data from. My web front end wants to consume that data, so I'll navigate to my web front end application that's being hosted and delivered. Here it is, and when I click through to the weather, it's getting that data from the API. How do you do that? Well, this is using a microservice architecture. That API is sitting out there at this other location, right? There it is, right? I'll refresh that, right? Refresh over here. And it's giving me new random data each time I go to it. Not really reliable, but you can see that I get data from one into the other. The source code that does that, inside of my web application, inside of program, does this. Thanks. I didn't need to see that right now. We will get back to you later. Creates an API client. This is an HTTP client, and it sets the configuration of that client to go to the API service, the location of the API service. Aspire gives us a way to define and name those and route them appropriately because we define our names up here. That name carries through, and it's available there as well. So I'm able to access that in another project or another website by setting up an HTTP client that knows how to go and make that request and say get from JSON. Now, to follow up on the last part of the question, well, what if I want to do this with Entity Framework? I got you. I got you. Let's go back into App Host. Let's add Entity Framework. Let's add an Entity Framework data. Let's add a, I think you said MySQL. Let's add a MySQL database. Let's add MySQL Web UI, and let's pass that connection string information into our web application and show you how you can run that inside your web application. So I'm going to stand up a MySQL database. Builder, add MySQL. And I'm going to create a new database here, and I'm going to call this MyDB. All right. So now I've got a database. MySQL database, I'm going to add, where was it? It was there. I saw PHP myadmin. Set that up. But first, I also want to specify the name of my database, right? The actual database that will run on that service. So let's just call this my weather. Okay. 3 lines of code. I'm standing up a database server that I can use here for development. I'm putting a database on it, and I'm going to run PHP myadmin. When do we need to have 2 solutions? Never. The only time that you really need to have multiple solutions is when you want to build and have isolation of projects from each other. Even then, you don't need that. You don't need that. So adding that, and I will pass the information about that MySQL database into here. And actually, I'm trying to think. When I say add database, that gives me a MySQL database resource. Can I add that? I think I can. My weather DB. Let's try it. I haven't gone quite this far. Right? So restart that. Here we go. And then we'll start adding the entity framework. But I want you to see this part of how easy it is to get this running. So now on my dashboard, I've got 5 entries. There's my MySQL database. It's starting up. It's running as a container out there, okay? PHP myadmin, so I can get an administrative interface over my MySQL database that I'm running locally. It's starting that up also, so that I can connect in and I can observe and work with that. I don't have any MySQL tools installed on this machine. I'm lying. I have Azure Data Studio, but I may not have any tools installed. It's getting, installing, configuring, and making that available for me. While it's doing that, I'm going to go back over into my web project, and I'm going to let's create a database context. Public class, my weather context. This is a database context. DB oh shoot. I'm forgetting exactly what the options are here. No matter. We'll move this out. Yes, install Entity Framework Core if you don't mind. That's fine. Stop debugging. All right. Move this to its own file. DB context options, my weather context options, and out here options. Cool. Let's create a record for weather. Right, and weather forecast is, I'm going to just bring in that exact same thing because I can. Okay. Public db set. Weather forecast. Good. All right. Did we just start a new project? I'm doing a demo, answering a question. So that's all built, available. And then there's an entity framework configuration to add in here so that it generates the migrations and things. And I'm blanking on that right now. Before that, right, builder, services, add DB context, my weather context, options, use, yeah. I need to bring in the MySQL configuration here, right? I'm going to skip that part just to get through this. There's a configuration you need to add there. But what I can do, I do have that over in the project. I can set up that same map get over in my app host. Oh. No, not the app host. I'm sorry. In the program for the Blazor application. And I'm going to have this go to API weather forecast. And it'll return that. Yeah, the MySQL provider NuGet. But there's a special one that you can get for Aspire that configures and does the migrations as well. So there it is, starting up all the databases and the MyAdmin and all that stuff. So, right, if I had done the configuration for MySQL, you'd have it there. But here I am on the front end, right? There's the weather pulling from the weather forecast API. But if I go, right, the microservice, but if I go API weather forecast, there it is. This is running out of the same location, localhost 5213, right? It's the same location as the rest of the Blazor application. The weather API is over here as a separate project. So, I did a little bit of shell game there. Let's make sure I recap a little bit. You can run your API in a separate project as a separate web server running somewhere else, and you can connect in and use it using HTTP client. You can manage that project next to your Blazor project inside the same solution. Okay? You can manage them next to each other. You can also bring those APIs in, and I did it quickly here with minimal API pattern. You can also use an API controller pattern and keep that in the same Blazor project. Not the Blazor component project, but Blazor web project. And you'll be able to interact and deliver that content. You can set up output caching, response caching. You can set up all of that stuff, okay, inside your project. ASP.NET Core has all of these capabilities for you. You can configure authentication with it, authorization. It's all available to you, okay? You get to choose where you put these, and that's the architecture game that's interesting of, do I keep everything in the same project as a monolith? Or do I start to move them out into microservice projects and take advantage of a little bit more modular monolith architecture where, yeah, it was sitting in here as a single map get, but I can move that into another project and run it as another web server and give it different resources, give it more processor, give it more memory, give it more network, give it replicas that we can interact with, and let that architecture flex appropriately as needs grow for this API. Is there something special about a Blazor component project? Yes, Fuel Snable, there is. So the component project, which is not included in here, I'll back off and go over to Tags app and show you that. A Blazor component project is built for .NET 8, but has a different output. The SDK targets Blazor WebAssembly. The content, the components of this, can be compiled to run both as WebAssembly or pre-rendered on the server as components in the server space. That gives you a ton of flexibility then to decide where your code runs. Just like we saw in the last project, you have a ton of power with the exact same code to move and reference it in different places so that it runs where you want it. Okay? No code changes needed. This is very special capabilities that we have in ASP.NET Core. That flexibility you can't do in other frameworks without a lot of extra code around it. It's built into ASP.NET. I just have to add a reference and say, we'll get it from over here instead of over there. And it works, right? That's really cool stuff. That's really, really beneficial stuff that we as developers benefit from. So I'm going to drop a link as a response to this. I appreciate the response here that was added, but I will add a link, a response in here, a link out to today's YouTube video so that folks can reference and go there and work with that. Is there a way to download a Blazor WebAssembly self-hosted template? Question just came in. It's available for you. It's in there. File new project, and if I search for Blazor web app is the one with the ultimate flexibility. WebAssembly standalone app. It's right there. Okay. So when you choose that, right? Create new solution, sure. Progressive web application, sure. Right? This will give you just a WebAssembly application. Everything's in one project here. Okay? And it runs off of an index.html. This is the static web application configuration. So that you can build, deploy. Come on, open the index.html, man. How many times do I need to click on you? Thank you. And it will load and run all of this in the browser. All of it. If you want, yeah, look at that. I crashed Visual Studio. If you want it to run on the server with some pre-rendering, so you get optimization for search engines, those types of things, you're going to want, and you want the ability to flex and choose, run a little bit on the server, run a little bit on the client. You can choose that appropriately. Where's the server API project? That's the, I showed that with the Aspire starter application, right? This is from the Aspire starter application template. Do I think it's possible to automatically create an endpoint with code generators? Yes. That way it wouldn't be different development. It's not different development. It's not. It's not. It's not. Hang on. I show you. So if I choose Blazor web app, I hate that it starts in the wrong location there for me. Like, remember this. Stop trying to write things into user. Right? Sure, Blazor app 8. That's fine. Right? No authentication. WebAssembly per page component. Sure. See, now you're changing. Now you're changing the question. You're moving the goalposts on me. Let's talk about this. And I'll show you how you're moving the goalposts on me. I can have the exact same page, this counter, right? It's specified to run interactive WebAssembly. When I run this application, it's in a client project that gets compiled and delivered. It's the only library that I wrote that gets delivered into the browser. There's project references that go with it, but it runs in the browser. Okay? There it is. But I can change that. It's in the same location. It's in the same file. And come on now. No, rebuild. I want to get a clean build here. You're moving the goalposts on me. Go over to counter. Did it? Ah. Let me add the server side components. And you'll see. So there it is, counter, and that's running on the server. Okay. And I can, right? I can even remove this entirely. And now, oh, come on. Yeah, I knew it. Can you add render mode to a specific line? Yes. Yes. I'm going to show you that in just a second here. Counter. And it doesn't do anything because it's rendered static on server side. But if I go back to my home page, right? Render that there. There it is. It's rendered static at right there, but I can also add render mode equals interactive WebAssembly. And now it's WebAssembly in the middle of a static rendered page. Okay. Now, you don't want to need to develop an endpoint. You're going to need to develop endpoints. So let's say you want to create right, so app.map get right return no. Okay, object result. No. New random next, and I'm gonna go 1 to 100. I think I need a new in front of that, don't I? Yeah. So now I have an API that I can respond to and I can request and interact with. But I'd really like to be able to specify and allow my page to interact with that. So what I can do, right, now we're getting into some interesting architecture discussion. Now we're going to get into, right, let's call this common. Sure. Right. Interface. I get random. Come on now. And now, right. Int get next random. Sure. Random number, right? I already have an interface. No, I want to rename the file. There we go. So what I can do in counter, I get random numbers. Come on. Oh, you're not going to add it? Fine. I'll do it myself. Thank you. So what I can do, right, let's do something here on initialized async. Current count equals get random number. Yes, it does. Oh, get next random number. Fine. Okay. Now, that interface is specified, and my component can just use it, right? But when I'm running on the client, well, I need to have a thing that does that knows how to do it. So what I can do is I can define random numbers client. I get random numbers. Implement that interface. And this is going to be based off of an HTTP client. Get the random number from the server. Sure. Done. Not even. Sure. Good enough. So now this doesn't know where it's getting it from. Doesn't really care. Builder services, add scoped. I get random numbers, and we're going to add random numbers client. Okay. So then on the server, because it will run on the server, random number generator, I get random numbers. Right, implement that interface. I'm going to take this, refactoring on the fly here. Return that. So now here, instead of passing nothing in, I can pass in, I get random numbers. Right? Put that in parentheses. So now I can say RDM, get next random number. Builder, services, add transient, I don't care. I get random numbers is going to return random number generator. Done. So here's the thing. Whether you develop an endpoint or somebody else does, there needs to be an endpoint. If you want to figure out how to generate on your own, go for it. What am I getting here? What's my error? I didn't add HTTP client. That's fine. Builder services, add scoped. Started with 70. So I don't think that restarted. Restarted. But your component just references an interface and it doesn't matter where it comes from. You kidding? Oh, we need a base URI. Add the base URI. Add an HTTP client with a base URI. So new HTTP client, and there it is, using the appropriate base address. Starts with 89. Oh, restart it. Come on. Really? Cannot wait on monitors on this runtime. Yeah, I know. I'm not waiting. Program CS line 22 uninitialized async. Oh, fine. That's the wrong signature. Yep, rebuild. Come on. Are you... What the heck? I'm not waiting on monitors. Counter, line 20. Oh, it's those. Fine, just do a get. Get a waiter, get result. Come on now. This is... I don't like this. Yeah. There we go. I gotta restart it. When you layer an app with calls to backend APIs, do you ever have to do anything special in the calling client to handle unexpected always? Yeah. Line 22. Yeah, because it's doing the HTTP client get async. This has suddenly turned into a more complex demo than I wanted it to be. Task. I'm working here. Up here. Task. Task from results. Because we're caught in that. Counter over here. Yeah, now I can make this async task. Don't care about that. Yeah, it's just easier to flip over to returning task of type int. So, darn it. Yeah, it's returning a JSON block there now from the API. Because it's doing OK object result. I could return that. And it'll just return the number. What am I making? We're talking through a demo, a question that somebody was asking about. There it goes. But because it's getting a random number, right? It's a different one. So it renders server side, and then the WebAssembly kicks in and overwrites it. But it's the same code that runs in both locations. Setting up and generating and working with, right, your code so that it uses interfaces across the two. That's up to you to do because you're changing where your code runs. And when you change where your code runs, different things happen. So you can move that stuff around, right? You can have it query and pull from other locations besides the server that served it. Mythin with a question, I wonder if Aspire will ever support different front-end technologies. It does. It does. Yeah. I have to stop this. New Aspire application, sure. Right? So builder dot services add this isn't where I want to be, no. Go back to the other one. Let's just add it. Persisting pre-rendered state, yes. Where was I? Here, app host. Right. Builder dot add node app. Right. Or builder dot add container. And then you can add whatever you want. .NET Aspire is the distributed web app framework. Not for .NET, not for JavaScript, not for Azure. The framework that works with everything. I added PHP MyAdmin in there, right? Like, builder, add Postgres, MyPG, right? Sure, add a database for that, and give me PG admin. Sure, I'll get rid of that for right now because it doesn't know where to find that thing. Aspire works on everything. Oh, I've doubled. My PGDB. It's the only thing that Aspire delivers that is .NET user interface is this. .NET Aspire gives you this dashboard so that you can watch and interact with your application, your microservices, your databases, administrative user interfaces for those, your cache, your other containers. Look at the console for all those things. You want to look at the console? Sure. Let's take a look at here. Let's watch Postgres start up here. Right? There we go. There's the MySQL database started. There's all the log for it. I didn't write anything to capture this. You get this for free. Take a look at the traces interacting with your application. So when I go, right, let me go back to my resources. Let me start the default template application. There it is. The default template's Blazor. That's fine. It could be something else. Doesn't matter. But I can go into my traces and I can see all the requests that come in. And when I go through and I request that weather that goes and interacts with my weather API, I can see the entire request structure for that, how long things took, where it went to get things, what were the interactions, the responses that came back from that, the request parameters, the events, the data that was pushed back and forth, right? Right, I can set it side by side. I can look at the actual log, the structured log of what came back. Come on now. It's not going to show me this right now. I can look at the metrics. All of this is open telemetry that I can look at inside my applications that are instrumented and are logging information for me right now. And I can see how many active requests there are and watch that gauge fill up and migrate here. So .NET Aspire does 4 things for you. It gives you an amazing base template that is using C# to define and structure your distributed application so that you have sensible defaults and a compiler that's going to help you by telling you when you do things wrong before your application even attempts to start. It's going to help you with helpful messages in the console. It gives you a great dashboard so that you can monitor and interact with those resources that you built in or delivering out there. I can look at my Redis cache and see it running out here and view the logs of my Redis cache, right? I can even set up the Redis commander so I can take a look at this and work with it. Aspire is completely open source, completely free to work with. There's a GitHub badge up here because you can click through and look at .NET Aspire. You want to build and deploy to Azure? Fantastic, we've got you covered. You want to build and deploy to AWS? The Amazon folks built an application that allow you to do that. Aspire lets you build as a developer whatever application, distributed scenario you want. The tools to deploy and manage on Azure or AWS or Kubernetes, they're managed somewhere else. They read the manifest that this generates and lets you build and deploy wherever you want. You want to build and deploy to your own VMs? Sure. You can read and build and go off of that manifest and write a script that does that for you. The default configuration that they're deploying and out of the box that the .NET Aspire team is trying to get working for V1 is on Azure and Azure Container Applications. That's V1, right? There are other folks that have built tools so that you can deploy to Kubernetes, so that you can deploy to AWS. Those are managed by other folks outside of the .NET team. The .NET team has a charter and set of services that they're trying to build first. Because this is open source, they are encouraging, supporting, and helping other folks deliver other features that integrate with other clouds, other locations of deployment. Okay? You know some IT guys that will not like that? That's their problem. It's their problem. So, but it gives you reliability, it gives you logging, tracing. There's configuration in here to output to Grafana and Prometheus. Off the start, there's what we call service defaults here, and it adds health checks into every application, .NET application that you configure this with. These are .NET things that it's setting up. So I get for every .NET microservice or application that I tell to join Aspire and I call add service defaults, like I do right here inside my .NET application, it gets configured with OpenTelemetry, health checks, service discovery, HTTP client defaults for standard resilience. I get this out of the box, and my OpenTelemetry goes to ASP.NET Core instrumentation. It adds the ASP.NET Core instrumentation. It'll add gRPC instrumentation if you have gRPC in there, but I can set up Prometheus exporting and other OpenTelemetry exporting right here. That dashboard is part of the tools that come with Aspire. This is in the box. When you say, I want an Aspire application, and you install what we call the Aspire workload, your application host inside of Aspire, where you define, here's all my resources. It's one file, it's C#. Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio will help you with this syntax. The .NET compiler will help you with this syntax. I don't even have to use Visual Studio with this if I don't want to. Right, that was in... Right, I can do this all at the command line if I want. Blazor and API, right? So here I am at the command line, and I can go into my app host. I don't need to worry about or thinking about launching and managing all these little services and containers, starting them in the right order. .NET Run. It's going to build the applications, set up everything, and don't let me down now, .NET. There it is. And it's going to give me the dashboard. There it is. And now I'm running at the command line. Runs on Windows, Mac, and Linux. You need to have Docker container, Docker desktop, Docker containers set up if you want to use some of these other features. To bring in containers and work with them, we don't put down a container runtime for you. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It also works with Podman. So Docker containers, Podman, works with both of them. And it'll set them up and run and use whatever containers, manage them inside of this. And if your containers that you stood up, if they have health checks available, if they have telemetry configuration, we can pass in configuration into those containers, into those other applications, so that they can pick up, here's where we're exporting our telemetry to. Here's where we're reading configuration from. Get that information and work with it. There's documentation about how to do all of that. So, .NET Aspire. It's going to be the way that you want to build and work with distributed applications. I'm even going to go simpler than that. It's going to be the way you want to build applications. Because you can set up an application with just a database and a web server, whatever language, and it will build and manage that database instance for you in a Docker container. Done. What's the purpose of the dashboard if I can go to Azure and see those containers? No, I'm not on Azure. That's just it. I'm not on Azure. I'm running locally here. I can see and work with these containers and have an amazing debug experience across all of those right here on my local desktop. There is no Azure. This application knows nothing about Azure that you're looking at, right? I can tell it to install and run some Azure emulators for Azure storage if I'd like, for running Azure Cosmos DB. I can tell it to run those. Those are just other services that I light up inside my Aspire application. Aspire is the framework that gives you the ability to run other objects across this. Oh, this one. What's the difference between Radius and Aspire? Yeah. Radius is intended to be more of a platform thing for platform engineers. But Aspire is for developers to be able to build, structure, and architect your application. I don't think there's a very good story out there right now about how to use these two pieces together. There's very much a significant difference between these two organizations that are building these two platforms. A significant difference between them. Hey, Johan, thank you so much for the resub.
You have just resubscribed for 63 months.
The Azure team that built Radius are very much a for-profit organization. They're working for an organization that sells services. So they get a significant amount of engineering resources and capabilities that they can work with to build and do that, and it's intended to be a product for sale. The .NET team is a cost center. They're not intended to be a for-profit organization. They're intended to be an organization that enables you to use Azure better. They're intended to be an organization that enables you to use Windows better as a developer. Everything that the .NET team makes, is free and open source. That's the difference between these two. Radius works with Azure. Aspire works with .NET and other programming tools and languages. Drop the mic. So that's where I see the line between the two. Okay. Radius and Dapper, I think are almost competing against each other. So, will Aspire allow me to package up and deploy to Azure or other? Right, Eric. So Aspire is a developer tool. The deployment is where AZD or Aspirate or some of these other tools that consume the output of Aspire go to. So there's the differences. Radius I haven't spent time with. Radius is something, like I said, that was built by the Azure team to make it easier to build Azure. I'm not happy with how these two frameworks were built and released and announced within a week of each other with no reference to each other at all. It's not something that, in my mind, delivers a clear message to customers. You tried to deliver a product that solves a problem. You've now created a bigger problem because in trying to abstract and make this easier for folks, you've now confused them because you've delivered two things that do something very similar at the exact same time. How do they work together? Which part of the stack do they answer? And neither one refers to the other. Until we have that answered, it's going to be confusing for folks. I kind of agree, Eric. I kind of agree. So, I do need to wrap up. I'm an hour over time here, and I need to get some lunch in me, friends. So, I answered a whole bunch of questions there about Aspire, about Blazor, and APIs, and how you can run things in projects next to each other, in solutions together in the same project. Lots of options that are available to you. Lots of things that we can do. We even started moving our Blazor application into a .NET MAUI project. We've got more that we're going to do on that next time. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. There's a lot going on out there that we need to talk about, we need to learn, we need to work through. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network that I can get you connected to. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate you being a part of this stream today. But our friends on Twitch here, let me get you connected to somebody else that's having a good time out there. Let me see. What are they up to over here? Come on. Let me get you connected to our friend Alicia Griffin. Let me get you connected over there on the raid. I think that's how you spell her. No, I spelled it wrong. There we go. Thank you so much for joining us. I will be back tomorrow on YouTube, youtube.com/.net, on Twitch, Twitch TV/Visual Studio. We're going to be talking about authentication with Blazor. All right? Tune in tomorrow. It's going to be a great stream. 9 a.m. Eastern. I'll be over there. At 1400 UTC. You can find me. All right? Have a fantastic rest of your day. Wherever you might be, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.